anything can happen. Now we are in finals and it's go time.
Welcome to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We have reached our crowning event in Switzerland, the Yeti Extreme Verbier, the ancestral home of competitive freeride. The town is packed, the fans are absolutely frothing, and the vibe is electric. This is the final showdown for FWT 2024, and we couldn't ask for a better arena. World champions will be crowned on the hallowed grounds of Verbier today. Welcome to the Extreme. All right, we are live. It's Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance 2024, the Yeti Extreme Verbier, and we are buzzing right now. My name is Derek Foos. I'm here in the booth with Anna Smoothie, and we are ready for a show of shows. Anna, this day, it's just been building to this.
Absolutely. The riders have been watching the Forerunners this morning. There's a lot of nerves. There's a lot on the line today, but everyone is fired up to rip into it.
Yeah, nerves and gnar. We had four runners drop in, which is probably the most I've ever seen in an FWT competition. But effectively, each line got one. Some questions about snow, but I think answered well by the forerunners.
Absolutely. It's been wetter than an otter's pocket in the valley floor this week, but we've had some good snow on the Bec de Ross, and it's riding well. It's compact powder.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to dig into what got us to this point in the season, the Freeride World Tour competition format. We've been going all season long. The preliminary stages were 3 events, one right here in Verbier in January, Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro, and then the Georgia Pro, and that got us through from 53 riders, where the best 2 of 3 results were the keepers. At that point, we cut a ruthless cut. Half the field goes home or goes to the challengers, and we keep 27. Now it's best 4 out of 5. So less options to throw away, and it all comes down to today for the title. We've got about 20% more points on offer for this event, as well as stop number 1 of the FWT finals in Fieberbrunn. So more to play for, more at stake, more to do, more to be afraid of, and more to be excited for.
Absolutely. So the riders have been here for a couple of days scoping out their lines and getting it all locked in for the grand finale.
Yeah, and the scoping has been, well, it's been interesting. It's been nervous. You know, it's been a long time since 2018 that we've started from the top. There's only one rider in the field right now, which is Jonathan Penfield, that's actually dropped in from up there. So a lot of the scoping has had the element of the unknown as well. Not just the fear. Obviously, it's this huge mountain and everything, but unknown. Where do I go? How do I even get into those things? So being around the riders, Anna, has been pretty interesting as they try to figure it out.
Yeah, it's been interesting to look into their strategies. We actually got the men's categories, snowboard men and ski men, up on the top of the Bec de Ross so they can have a look at how it feels from the top, so that the first time they let it rip on the face, you know, they've already scoped it from the top.
Yeah, I think that was a really critical step. And speaking of that, I mean, this place truly is hallowed ground for freeride. It's been, you know, the birthplace of the Extreme. It's the finals for the FWT. And we got a chance to dig into the riders' minds to see how they feel about the Bec de Ross.
It's hard to prepare for how it feels standing in the start gate.
Starting at the top of the bag is really intimidating. It's a whole different level. It's almost like a different sport to other venues, and I'm a bit nervous about it, but also can't wait to have it done.
It's a huge mountain, like the biggest mountain that I will have ever competed on for sure.
We have to start maybe at the top of the bag, which might not be that fun, might be just fully scary.
Well, it's really steep and a bit scary for me, but it was a dream of mine when I watched the tour to ski the back from the top, and on Friday it's the day.
So certainly a lot of nerves at play today, Derek. Have you heard from some thoughts and feelings from the riders.
Yeah, it's a real balance between excitement and fear, and certain riders are leaning more on the fear side, certain riders a bit more on the excitement side. I mean, with the snow conditions the way they are, a lot of them, when they first arrived here, looked at the Beck and were like, oh, yeah, let's go. It's on. It hasn't looked this good in ages. The trip to the top for the riders for face check definitely, I think, brought some people's thoughts in check with reality. There was a lot of line planning going on phones and computer screens that as soon as they looked down from the top, were like, oh, which is exactly what the organizing group wanted to happen, because the number one priority here from the organizers and from everybody is safety, and we want the riders to make decisions that are in line with reality of this mountain.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the riders have been checking in with FWT veterans, judges, getting some intel on what's actually possible on this incredible mountain.
Yeah, it's been very cool. Steve Klassen, the absolute legend, the person with the most wins on the Beck, has been around the entire time, and he's made himself completely open and available to all of the riders, which I think has just been such an incredible resource for them to check in. Hey, does this go? Has anyone ever done that? Should I do that? And to hear him like, yeah, this works, that doesn't, the slough runs here, it's been just fascinating, especially for some of the younger riders. I mean, we have multiple riders in the field that are 19 years old, and they're going to be on the top of this thing for the first time with definitely dreams of glory in their minds. So it's nice to just keep it tempered, like I said, in check with reality, and have some real information.
Yeah, there's been lots of people weighing in on that. And it's interesting also to hear there are a few Freeride World Tour titles on the line, and also some competitors who are not in the running for the Freeride World Tour champion title. But for those people, still a win on the Bec des Rosses is kind of the holy grail. So even though they might not be gunning for the title, they're still not holding back to win here today.
That's exactly right. If there's a close second to a World Tour title, it's a title on this mountain. And there's a couple people in the field that have one. You know, Sibylle has one, Turdell, there's a few, but there's definitely a lot of them. Well, Victor has a handful, but there's a whole lot who would like that, maybe almost as much as a Tour title. I remember when Elizabeth Gerritsen won on this face in 2021, she said she wasn't even thinking about the title. She just wanted to win on the Bec des Rosses. So there's definitely a huge aspect of that. So while we speak of that, let's dig in to the nitty-gritty and the bits of the Beck. This is such an impressive face with our face preview.
So checking out the Bec des Rosses, today's venue for the Yeti Extreme Verbier. As you can see from the drone shots, we've had a bunch of snow over the last week, and the face is really filled in. The women's category is kicking things off on the Petit Bec. This is a northeast face, which has been a little more protected from the wind, so the riders are expecting good, consistent snow up until they reach the bottom of the venue. The average gradient is 40 degrees, with the steeper sections pushing into the late 40s. Kicking out of the gate at 3,020 meters, there's a vertical drop of 400 meters before they make it through the finish arch. And then we have the big kahuna, the Bec des Rosses. It's been a minute since we started from the top of this venue, and the riders are fired up to rip into it. It's a true north face, due to its elevation and aspect, the Bec X is a big refrigerator, meaning that the beers stay cold and the snow case stays cold and in good shape for the riders. Now, talking about how steep it is, there's an average gradient of 48 degrees with some seriously consequential zones in the upper third of the face. They're pushing well into 50 degrees. There's a leg-burning 600-meter drop from the start gate to the finish. So let's hope that these riders have had an extra serving of Weet-Bix this morning, so they've got enough gas in the tank to make it all the way down.
Yeah, Andrew Pollard, after his forerun, he gave a description of the snow, and then he said, guys, I'm really tired. That was tiring. So for sure, I mean, it's more than half a kilometer of vertical drop over, not a whole lot of distance traveled. So it just stays steep for such a long time. The rider's definitely going to need to stay in control, specifically on that top third. Reine Barker had kind of famously said, once you get into the ramp above the Hollywood, it feels like it's not that steep because the stuff above it is so much steeper. And that's still, as you said, like well in the mid to high 40 degree range. So plenty steep, plenty of action, and a lot of big question marks. There's as you said, a few titles on the line today, but also just I think a lot of the riders are questioning themselves, their ability, their fitness. You know, am I up for this task? Am I up for this challenge? Has the training been enough? So those answers are going to be those questions are going to be soon answered.
Yeah, there's the physical component and also the mental component. It's hugely intimidating.
All right, we're going to take a look at today's weather, what we have now and what we have in store for us. You can see the Bec des Roses sitting there. We do have some high cloud in play right now. It's -1 up at the top with a light breeze, 15 kilometers per hour. We had a north wind kind of up the face yesterday with groomed things out. We're looking at 5 out of 5 snowflakes. Snow conditions absolutely spectacular. And as you can see from the shot, there's a slight darkness in the snow. We had a southwest wind yesterday for about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and it transported some of that Saharan sand onto the face. But the Forerunner's saying, A, they couldn't feel it, but also B, it helped a little bit with the contrast, because right now we are looking at some flat light. As we get lower down on the face, the snow firms up, it compacts. We've had a real fluctuating freezing level here in Verbier over the last few days, and the bottom maybe 10% of the face after all the features, the snow's not awesome. So I'm hopeful that nobody's going to make any dumb snow snake mistakes down there, because it's definitely the featured area, the snow's fantastic.
And that's what we want to see. I mean, up the top, it's just enormously steep, and as it mellows out and you get out into the bowl coming into the finish line, that's where the snow's a little bit funky, but riders can afford to run it straight towards the finish arch.
Yeah, so as you could see there in the shot of the back, the light is not perfect. So the organizing group deciding that we are going to roll out a 15-minute delay for the start of snowboard women. There we are, Anna sitting pretty on the call. Oh, now we're sitting pretty on camera. Yeah, so a 15-minute delay this morning while we wait for the light to clear up a little bit. This is a serious task these riders are undertaking, and we want to give them the absolute best opportunity to be able to see so they can do their best on this face.
Yeah, we want them to be safe, and we also want a fantastic show for all of you tuning in at home.
Yeah, exactly. So the crowd starting to gather. The top of the Col de Gentian is heaving, and then there's the massive Alpina viewing area a little bit down below. You can see there the 2 starts that the women will get to choose from, and the people that are going to be watching them are FWT judges. They've got their work cut out for them today, both deciding titles on the Bec as well as tour titles, and we've prepared a little insight into exactly what goes into judging on the Freeride World Tour.
Hi, my name is Bertie Denevo. I'm one of the Freeride World Tour judges. We score riders from 0 to 100. When the rider leaves the gate, he has a score of 50, and then the score goes up or down depending on what we see. There are 5 judging criterion. The number 1 criterion is the choice of line. We'll judge whether the line was difficult or not, and whether the athlete did the best out of his line choice. Then there's air and style. How big is the jump? How many are there? Were there tricks in the air? Was the rider in control in the air? How were the landings? The landings are part of the jump. Then there's fluidity. We judges are here to decide whether the athlete was really fast or kind of slow compared to how exposed or how difficult it is to ski. Then there's control. Here we'll judge whether the rider was in control at all times. Then there's technique. For pros, we don't really judge their technique, but we might take off some points if they side slip in a place where another rider was taking turns. The score, like a temperature, will go up and down so that we have a score in our heads when the rider crosses the finish line.
All right, well, an in-depth look at the Freeride World Tour judging criteria, how they do it. They know what they're looking at, and they know what they're looking for. These people are the best in the business, and they are just as fired up as the riders and the fans to see a great show and throw some big numbers out there at some banging runs.
Yeah, I think they've been skiing around the last couple of days and taking in the back, seeing what is possible on this face. So I think they've been kind of scaling the face. It's been a long time since we've started from the top, so they've kind of been reworking that.
Yeah, the scaling. So here we see them. This is our esteemed judges panel. We've got Laurent Bess, Bertie Deneveau, Michelle Manning, Laurent Gauthier, Ludwig Bianca, and of course, Juju, Justine Chevalet. She is inputting all the scores. So excited to be here with the squad. And everybody is ready to go here, fired up for the Freeride World Tour. As the fans, there's a bird's eye view of the judges from the Cineflex. Gorgeous, flying around, just catching the vibes and picking things up in Verbier. We are, as we said, a slight delay, 15 minutes before we drop Snowboard Women, just to make sure that the light cooperates and we're ready to go, ready to give the riders the best possible opportunity to drop in and put down their dream lines on the Bec des Rosses. We are going to be right back with the Extreme Yeti Verbier Pro.
So in the booth today, we have an extra special guest for the Snowboard Women category. We have Siobhan Chalice, professional snowboarder and senior freeride World Tour Challenger judge. Welcome, Siobhan.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
All right, so we've got Siobhan here. Siobhan, from judging and from competing yourself, it feels like you've got a pretty good insight into what the riders are going through in these moments before the comp starts. You know, we're delayed. That kind of increases the stress. What do you think their stress levels are like right now?
Oh, honestly, I do remember those situations really well. And for me, it was always like trying to focus on what I can do to like get my stress level down. And ultimately, it's about obviously deciding what line you want to pick is one part of it. But the other one definitely is coming down to enjoying the community, enjoying the day, being stoked on that you're here and like appreciating the moment rather than getting super nervous, if that makes sense.
Yeah, not too tangled up in the head game. How important is it for these riders to have that pre-comp routine, to just go through the same thing each time to put themselves into the right spot to drop in and put on the show that we're about to see?
That's a funny one, actually, because I think everyone has their own little specific things that they have to do in the morning. Like one of the girls from the challenges always has to eat ice cream before the comp, for example. Like every single one has their own little, you know, nooks that they have to do. I was pretty bad with my routine, to be honest. I know that the girls here definitely have their routine and have that locked in pretty well. So
yeah,
I think
we can see them in the pre-comp routine of hiking right now. They did get a heli drop up to the ridge, but there was still a decent amount of hiking left. Get the legs warmed up, get the head fired up. And that hike is actually quite cool because they get to look right across at the face and get some last minute looks at the features they may be thinking of.
Yeah, that's a big advantage if you're kicking out of start one there. You get a really good scope of your takeoffs and landings. And I also think that putting one foot in front of another is good for the mental game, just to get in the zone and kind of have a little bit of meditation on your way to the start.
Yeah, absolutely. So the snowboard women are going to be our first category out of the gate. 15-minute delay, waiting for the light to improve. We don't want to send the riders in flat light, but we did get the info from the forerunners that they could see quite a bit better than they expected. And watching, we had Elizabeth Gerritsen and Edgar Chelus on the Petit-Bec, and both of them said they could see totally fine. The contrast was there. So it's, you know, it's a bit of a balance. We want to make sure that things get moving, but also the riders definitely need to be able to see to do what they want to do on the face today.
Always a challenge if you have a bit of flat light, but apparently this Saharan sand is actually playing in our favor, creating a little bit of contrast, especially if you're following someone's tracks. That will make a really clear white stripe through a little bit of off-white snow.
Yeah, it's the first time I've heard positives about having sand on the face. We're going to dig into the overall rankings. This is where we're sitting right now. Big picture with titles on the line. Nuria Castan-Baron, Anna Martinez are so close together. 75 points separate them, and Erin Sauvé very close behind as well. The three of them, it really comes down to who finishes ahead of whom on the face today is going to be world champion, and none of them have ever been world champion. So we're crowning a new champ today. Then here you see the riders that didn't quite make it through the cut. It's an exciting showdown, I think, for these three women. Siobhan, what do you kind of feel that that's going through their minds? Are they thinking title, or are they just thinking about the runs?
That's a great question, actually. I did speak to some of them before, and obviously the title is something that they don't want to miss out on. But on the other hand, it comes down to the day, it comes down to conditions, it comes down to your head game. So ultimately, putting down a good run, I reckon, is a priority. And then see where it takes them.
Totally, yeah. Focus on the now, and then the outcome goals will come later. So we're going to take a look at the order they're dropping in. Anna, this is our start list today for the Yeti Extreme Verbier.
So we have got Estelle Rizzolio dropping in first of all. She's the only competitor that isn't going for the title today, followed by Erin Sauvé, Anna Martinez, and our current fire bib wearer, Nuria Castan-Baron.
Yeah, exactly. So we're dropping in reverse order of championship rankings. We've never done this before on the Freeride World Tour. The drama will be building and building and building through every single category. And the last rider in each category, the one who's holding on to that fire bib. What do you think that does to Headspace? How do you think they're going to approach that?
Well, I think there's two things. Dropping at the end of the pack means that you're going to be dealing with more tracks in the snow. So that's definitely a disadvantage. However, depending on your strategy, you might be tuning in and seeing what happens with the rest of the field and micro adjusting your run. However, I have spoken to a bunch of riders who are like, no way, not paying attention to what's going on below me. I've got my line locked in and I'm ready to go.
All right, so we have our favorites for the world title. Siobhan, these are the three riders that can really essentially shake the earth here today. Who do you like in this race?
Oh, I like them all. I'm an absolute fan of each of one of them because, like, witnessing their progression over the past couple of weeks, obviously, but also the last couple of years with Nuria and Martinez, I know quite well from the challenges. And seeing their progress and how they're pushing the sport is absolutely amazing to watch. So genuinely, no favorites. I am absolutely pumped for each and every one of them.
Yeah, the progression is huge. This woman on the screen right now has had a meteoric rise this year. You know, we did see her dominate the challengers in Region 2 last year, and then coming onto the Petit-Bec in the first event of the year, she looked a little bit out of sorts. She had never done visual inspection. She'd never been on a face this big. But watching her progression through the season has been incredible. Siobhan, like, as you said, you didn't know her before. What's your take on Erin Sauvé?
I absolutely agree. Like, watching her on the last comp in Fieberbrunn was absolutely mind-blowing. She definitely stepped it up, and the way that she hit the Hosel Cliff was out of the gate, so I'm absolutely super impressed.
All right, so our peak performance fun bet fan favorites, 90% of you feel that Anna Martinez is going to land on the podium today, 87% Nuria Castan-Baron, and 84%. So just about as even as the overall rankings are in the peak performance fun bet fan favorites. This is Fantasy Freeride, your chance to get involved. If you hadn't made your bet now, it's too late. You blew it, but you can try again next year for the Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. There's all kinds of great Peak Performance swag up for grabs if you win. So we get a look there at our current leader, Nuria Castan-Baron, just holding on up there. She's got to be coming in with a bit of confidence. As the last time we competed on this phase, she won. Siobhan, how do you think her headspace is right now?
I agree with you. I think that she comes in with confidence, and she did do really well this season, so she definitely has that push and motivation to do well. For her, it's really just about staying on her feet, finding her line, because her riding and the way she executes stuff is absolutely brilliant.
For me, I feel like when you've been wearing the fire bib all season, you're essentially the top dog. And to be able to perform when it's expected of you, I think that requires like an extra level of mental game.
I 100% agree with that. It definitely, it takes a lot to be in that golden bib and to then perform, but I do think that Nuria has that mental strength to push through that and concentrate on her line rather than the golden bib.
Yeah, and Nuria, coming into the first event this year, she had some serious demons to battle. You know, last year she was in an avalanche incident at the Challenger here, and it was a big deal. You know, she took her a while to kind of get through that. And coming into the first event this year, she talked a lot about how she was really nervous and she wasn't sure exactly how she was going to feel coming back here. So for her to overcome that with a win and then put together the season that she has is spectacular. I think you talked about resiliency. This is like the case in point of that, the poster child of resiliency for Nuria.
Yeah, and she's done a lot of work. She was very open about the fact that she's seen a psychologist, a sports psychologist, to try and move through that trauma and get back on top of her game. And it's safe to say that she's really achieved that.
All right, well, we have a little catch-up with one of our title contenders, Canadian rider and winner of the last event, Erin Sauvé.
The pressure is huge. I mean, it's the final competition, and right now there are 3 women who are all in running for the title this year. So I'm looking for a big, fast, flowy run. So something to get my blood pumping and something to maybe inspire others.
Inspiring others, indeed. There was a whole lot of explosive chatter on social media after the last run in Fieberbrunn, where Erin blew the doors off and won the competition by a mile. You know, she sat with the rest of the riders in the riders meeting in Fieberbrunn, and the judges said, "We're going to throw points at big moves." Particularly in snowboard women, and she was just taking notes and then delivered exactly. And my feeling is, and I hope I'm right, I'd love to hear your opinion on this, Siobhan, do you think the other riders will take from what she did in Fieberbrunn and step it up as well?
Yes, I definitely think so. I saw it on the challenges. Like, it doesn't just happen here that the girls suddenly, like, it's role models, right? It's girls pushing the sport and they're stepping up and they're like, hey, we can do this too. And I definitely think that all of the girls now know, okay, this does pay off, so let's go for it.
The cool thing about it doesn't take that long to trickle down. Like you said, there was a challenger right after the Fieberbrunn FWT, and the entire field was like, hell yeah, let's get it. And you can see those moments kind of really move the needle for the sport from FWT to challengers, qualifiers, and even in the juniors, I think.
Most definitely. I think we've seen some show-stopping junior events before the Fieberbrunn Freeride World Tour stop. There was a crazy junior event with snowboard women absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, firing. Siobhan, you were in the judges' pit for that one. I was lucky enough to be the starter, so we got to work on that event together. And the juniors, I mean, the pyramid is coming up so fast and so strong. Talk about the level at the juniors right now.
Honestly, it's out of the gate. It is so enjoyable to watch, and it's just so fascinating and inspiring to see those Grommies just step it up. And I remember there was one Japanese girl, and she was just out of the gate. The way she dropped in was just, whoa, okay, here we go. And she was in for a wild ride. It was great.
Yeah, that was exciting, and it's really cool to see the junior pyramid is paying off at the World Tour. When we look through these start lists in all 4 categories, it's full of riders that came up out of the juniors. We've got junior world champions in every single category in the field today, and all of them who came through that, they're so young, but they're so seasoned. They've already got the skills of veterans in terms of competition, and now they're just applying it at the World Tour level.
And this has been quite a big change from when you and I were competing, Siobhan. I think the average age of a Freeride World Tour competitor was about 32, and now it's got to be in the mid early 20s.
That is so true. Yeah, I do notice that they're all getting younger and younger, and then coming up from the juniors, like watching, you know, like big names in the field, and then watching them at juniors, and you're like, oh, hey, that's the daughter of this guy, or that's, you know, like, it's just so cool to watch and to see them progress and to see them living that passion and writing their own narrative and getting their own story done, and that's just, yeah, it's beautiful to watch.
All right, we've got the Alpina spectator area filling up as Jumbo Tram after Jumbo Tram just spilling people out here on the call. Everybody excited to watch the Yeti Extreme Verbier, getting so fired up for the show. We're just minutes away from the first snowboard women dropping, and you can see the spectators are starting to really get buzzing. The vibe up here, the atmosphere when the Forerunners were running, even outside of the competitor zone, was just electric.
It's such a good day out. People bring up their picnics, they bring wine, beer. I've even seen lots of people cooking up a fondue on the Col de Gentian here, ready for the show and just having a good time and making sure they cheer everybody on.
Yeah, one of the local juniors, part of the Martin Bender squad, Les Gorilles, he had a pizza oven that operates off a propane bottle that he was going to bring up and be selling pizzas to all the homies. So Jordan Williams, I hope you brought the pizza oven up here because everybody's getting hungry for free ride, hungry for action on the Bec des Roses. Petit Bec is first up, and it's going to be great. The difference in how filled in it is compared to when we were here in January is unbelievable.
It's looking good, and I feel like the light is also brightening just a little bit. We can see Aaron there checking out the view from the start gate.
Yeah, talk about the view from the start gate, Siobhan. When you get onto a big face like this and it goes extremely steep right off the bat, you know, you're battling always between the fear and the excitement. Which side do you think that kind of leans on when the start gate is so gnarly straight out of the top?
It just sets the tone for the entire run, to be honest. Like, it's super exhilarating, and you just know you can't go half-assed. You really have to get yourself going, and having like a super steep start of the run honestly always put me into a better headspace than something easy to start off, because that exhilaration just pushes your adrenaline level and gets you into the flow way faster than something that starts slow.
Definitely, and we see our first competitor there, Estelle Rosolio, in the start gate.
Yeah, we are 30 seconds away from kicking off the Yeti Extreme Verbier 2024. This is the culmination of the entire season, building up to this all season long. And it feels like a nice bracket that we started here and now we're finishing here. And we are going to wrap things up. Estelle Rosolio has been a little bit meteoric, up and down, bit of a roller coaster ride, delivering some of the biggest moments that we've seen from the snowboard ladies, and then having a few runs not quite go her way. So she's got that bold style. She's Sandy Az. I'd love to see for Estelle today to put one down on her feet and really kind of help all of us remember exactly how gnarly she is. She's sitting in 4th overall right now, 4 riders in finals, and Estelle Rosolio is ready to kick things off as she drops in, and we are on.
So she is dropping in from start 2, making her way through that chute to access the looker's left of the face. It's looking pretty filled in here, and she's making quick work of it.
She's holding on super well at the moment, heading down to 1 drop, right, perfect. Keep it going.
And what you can see here, this area is more filled in than last year. There was a last comp, there was a mandatory air to exit, but Estelle has gone way up and put herself above some serious terrain, essentially looking like a mandatory double now. Looks like she's just getting eyes on where she wants to go. Trajectory critical here if you want to land this. So Estelle into the fall line, and she's off.
But not being able to stick it, just having a little sit down in the landing there. She's picking up some speed as she moves through the center of the face.
Well, plenty more terrain options as Estelle comes over top of this chunky block into the takeoff and landing perfectly. Siobhan, this is exactly what the judges like to see.
Absolutely. That was a 4-point landing, super well executed, no hesitation before, absolutely brilliant. She's still picking up speed.
Now, we heard from the Forerunners that right around this elevation, the snow gets a little bit weird. It's had some heat in it, and there's definitely a change. So this is where we're all going to be nervously waiting for the riders to get under that finish arch and wrap up their run as Estelle Rosolio, our first rider, and she is through the finish.
God, she must feel so excited after that run.
Yeah, you can kind of see the. She doesn't even know. It's a bit of mixed emotion. You know, there were some strong moments of that run, but of course the long pause here as we look back. Siobhan, run us through this run a little bit.
Yeah, so that first cliff was definitely super well executed. That will definitely dock points on fluidity and control, as you can see in the judging criteria. The butt check is not a big issue, to be honest. Like, it's super hard to land those cliffs in those conditions, and she executed this one absolutely perfectly. Brilliant.
Nice one. So you see that pretty direct route there, just a bit of a loss of fluidity as she was lining up the right takeoffs and landings there. But let's see what the judges will make of it.
Absolutely. So Estelle Rosolio, the first rider out of the gate on a huge day of free ride. This score is going to be a little bit of a benchmark for the other women that they're going to compare themselves to, as we see the score coming in a 56 for Estelle Rosolio. So definitely between the fluidity and the control, you know, the judges are looking for perfection here today. This is a world title implication run, and as well, it's the Extreme Verbier. So they want to see perfection delivered if somebody's going to win a Verbier title.
Exactly, and every second of hesitation usually is a point minus, which explains why it's on 56 and not in the 60s. And then the butt check on top obviously pushes the score down, but overall her line choice was absolutely phenomenal.
All right, well, we are back to the start gate for Rossland's Erin Sauvé. She is fresh off a win in stop number 1 of the FWT finals in Fieberbrunn. She's riding a wave of confidence. She's looking for a little bit of redemption on this face as well, as her first foray into it back in January at the Verbier Pro didn't go exactly to plan. So Erin Sauvé waving to all the folks back at Red Mountain as she kicks things off on a title contending run.
Dropping in from start 1 there, hopefully she's been able to scope some of her takeoffs and landings on that hike up. She's lining up her first feature here, finding the right takeoff, stomping that one, and really good board control.
Yeah, that was beautiful. The way she executed that turn after landing is definitely something that speaks to her technique and how she can read a face. Now that she's going into the next zone, I think she's going to hit another pretty big feature, lining that one up perfectly.
Going huge there, and 4-foot stomp landing.
Yes, Erin, that was dope.
Erin Sauvé showing that she has learned from the past lap down the Petit Bec, and she has put all the pieces together so far. Still not done though. Erin lining up another feature underneath this long block cliff. We saw a lot of play on that one early on in the season from Ski Women, and Erin Sauvé clean with some chunky features in that run.
Yeah, that was huge. Like, you can't underestimate the steepness of the face and then picking out those features, and the way she executed it without any hesitation is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, that was a spectacular run there from Erin Sauvé. So she knew coming into this that with a win, and we've got the Yeti cooler jump there in the finish area. Erin Sauvé finishing with a flourish.
Finishing with a cheeky little front flip to end it.
Love to see it.
All right, Siobhan, take us through this replay.
So the first feature that she hit, again, no hesitation, got in a little indie grab there, which was super epic. Keeping going to the next feature, again, no hesitation. You see the way she sets her turns above that cliff? It was absolutely brilliant because she set herself up in the right direction to land on a snowboard. You have to consider that we only have 2 edges, right? Like, one ultimately to land on, which makes the whole game a lot harder. And she did that perfectly well. Laying
the tail down, you could see the board flex a little bit. The riders with these snow conditions want to come in a little bit tail heavy so they don't punch through the crust and get bounced, as we see if we can hear the 2 ladies catching up. All right, well, judges have had their say quickly. 89.33, Erin Sauvé setting the bar once again for snowboard women with an absolutely spectacular run. Anna, wow.
That airtime in her run was just absolutely phenomenal, putting the full flex into those Kootenay quads.
Yeah, that was brilliant. And she actually, like, the way that she did her run, having 3 big features in there is super impressive. Absolutely phenomenal.
Well, Erin Sauvé in Fieberbrunn, when she was walking over, said, I've always wanted to sit in the hot seat. And I feel like this is starting to become a little bit of her home. With runs like that on the Freeride World Tour, we can definitely look forward to seeing more of Erin Sauvé in that Dina Star hot seat. But we are nowhere close to done, as you see just how exposed these two start gates are. It's a knife ridge, and we have our next rider and our next title contender, Ana Martinez. She's a former junior Freeride World Champion. She's sitting second overall right now, and she is ready to go on course right now. A rookie in contention for the title.
Unbelievable scenes. Dropping in from start one, already catching some airtime and looking super solid and comfortable in that steep terrain. She's looking together some more features here. Beautiful landing.
She's picking up some speed, heading down to the next feature on her heel side, setting in a turn over that windlet, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, Ana Martinez adding another feature above the one that Erin Sauvé hit, so definitely building up the line score with another air here, picking up speed. She's so strong on her board. A little bit of a powder cloud there, giving herself a face shot on the petit back, and another chunky one here as Ana lines it up on that toe side edge.
And stomps it.
Stomp, barely any hesitation. Then,
oh, Ana just going down. The forerunners did mention that where the tracks are, it starts to step out a little bit, and you could almost see it looked like she dropped into an old track, and it just bucked her a little bit on her board.
True, but she's not done yet. She's heading into her last feature with a little butt cheek. That's okay. That's a sick feature. Look for like icy feature, right?
Yeah, a little bit of an ice fall up there on the petit back. So Ana Martinez doing her part now. She's going to make her way into the finish arch. Definitely a few issues in that run that I think the judges are going to really take into consideration, especially after the perfection that we saw from Erin Sauvé. But certainly Erin building a line score on that, or sorry, Ana building a line score on that one as she ticked off a bunch of features in that run.
Yeah, she had a stacked run, and to like put that down, find every feature the way she did is super impressive.
Epic line though, that was so awesome, man. Oh, that was a sick line. That's the game. You fucking crushed it,
Yeah,
girl.
like Erin mentioned, sick line.
So talk us through this replay, Siobhan.
Yeah, so the first feature was perfectly executed. Then coming into the second one, she also sets her turn super well. Hitting that line choice in there is super gnarly, like sitting in between those rocks, getting caught up a little bit, which does duck your like comfortability level quite a bit sometimes, but I think like the way she recovered from that is super epic. But that's when you said that she kind of hit an old track.
Yeah, bounced in an old track, and then this one was very nicely executed. Oh, sorry, that was a bounce onto the heel side edge. I mean, Siobhan, you kind of know how that feels on a or you do know how that feels on a snowboard. On that heel side edge, when the terrain throws something at you that you maybe didn't expect or didn't see, you don't have a lot of ability with both feet attached to the board.
Exactly, you have to be super agile to get that, and she is a super agile rider. I've seen her handle that super well, but after having to control issues at the top, I do know that your confidence does go down a little bit.
For sure, that's going to play into the mind a lot. So here are two of the three title contenders. As we said, whichever one of these women wins today is going to take the title. So 56-6-7, Ana moving into second. That is a huge threat battled off from Erin Sauvé as she now sits in that seat waiting for one more rider to come, and it is that woman right there, the spectacular backdrop of the Swiss Alps behind her, Nuria Castan-Baron. She's wearing the fire bib. She is in first place overall, but if she wants the title, she has to knock Erin out of the hot seat, and that's a big task with the run that Erin put down. But Nuria has a win on this face this year, so she's got the confidence, she's got the skills, she's got the ability to do it. Now it's just time to execute. So the Spanish rider, a couple big stomps to get her board and legs ready for what's to come as she kicks out of the gate.
Dropping in from start two there. This section always gets a little rutted up, but she's handling it well, making her way through into the face to find her first features. Making a big toe side turn there, finding the right takeoff, stomping it.
Beautifully executed. The way she sets her turns to get her cliffs done is absolutely phenomenal. Now she's making her way down to her next feature. Again, no hesitation. Oh, perfect stomp, brilliant. Taking out speed. And another perfect stomp. She's absolutely ranking up those scores, man.
Controlling the speed with that heel side turn as she's kind of moving over to the looker's left, rider's right side. And there's still some features stacked up here for Nuria to continue building that line score. Incredible riding here from our rankings leader. Nuria has another one lined up straight off the end and stomped again.
Into a cheeky double.
Love to see it. I can see why she has been wearing the Fire bib all season. That was an absolute screamer run, and she is not done riding her way through towards the finish arch.
Oh, the judges are going to have a good time discussing that one. That was really well done. Super well executed. Great speed, no hesitation. Stomp.
This is exactly what we want as free ride fans. We want the best riders laying down their best runs and put the judges to work. And Nuria just adding a little Erin style right to the end. It doesn't end until you're through that arch, and Nuria wrapped up the relief, elation, all of those things combined that these riders feel in the finish.
So sick. Woo! What a run. Oh, good. Yeah.
God, I wonder how the two of them are feeling right now.
All right, well, Siobhan, we've got the replay here. The look on Erin Sauvé's face as she's watching Nuria ride.
Yeah, so the way she executed that, taking out a little bit of speed to make sure she can handle the speed afterwards, was super, super smart. Setting the turns beautifully for this one too. And another stomp. She's definitely stacking up those points. It'll be really hard to figure out which one's leading on this one, to be honest.
The heel side speed control after that air out of the mandatory, what was the Geraldine Fashionat mandatory, now you don't have to, but obviously these riders do. Such great board controls and putting herself right into another feature. We'll see if we can catch up with what they're saying.
Some kisses to the fans.
Yeah, all the friends back in Spain, all the fans. The score coming in, it's an 81-6-7 for Nuria Caston-Baron. So huge implications there as the Canadian Erin Sauvé becomes a world champion and a champion on the Bec des Roses.
We can see emotions are running high here. Lots of tears, lots of big hugs between these competitors.
Oh, I need to put some sunglasses on.
I've got goosebumps, to be honest.
Hide my eyes. Mwah! I love you guys at home. Thanks for watching. Mwah! Thanks for supporting. I love you all so much. Oh!
Well, she just said she's going to have to put sunglasses on to hide the tears flowing down her face. The joy there of Erin Sauvé, our brand new Freeride World Tour. First of all, the Yeti Extreme Verbier champion. Here is the look at the scoreboard today, Anna.
So we've got Erin Sauvé taking the big W here, and also for the overall, Nuria Caston-Baron with an outstanding run in second position, and Anna Martinez in third with Estelle Rosolio in fourth position.
Unbelievable. And another huge score delivered there from Erin Sauvé. There is your podium here as Anna Martinez popping the top with her teeth. This is it. Third place in the bronze medal for Anna Martinez. Second place, Nuria Caston-Baron, and Erin Sauvé, the champion on the Bec.
I'm honestly beyond excited for those girls.
Yeah.
What an incredible show. So this is what's happened. It is as the event rankings, your brand new Freeride World Champion, Erin Sauvé, with the win on the Bec, cementing her title here on her first season on tour. Rookie World Champion, Nuria Caston-Baron, a very close second. Anna Martinez, Estelle Rosolio. That's your top four. That was the field today, and that is where we ended up. Siobhan, what a show we had from the snowboard women. I feel like the entire category just elevated itself.
It was so sick to watch. Like, the way that they're pushing the sport is absolutely phenomenal, and I honestly can't wait to see what the future holds for those.
All right, well, we are going to head down to the finish with our brand new world champion and champion of the Yeti Extreme Verbier, Erin Sauvé. Describe what you're going through right now.
Oh my gosh, I can't describe it. This is a dream come true. This is insane, man. I'm so happy to be here. I couldn't do it without all the support, all the love from home. So thank you, everybody. This is amazing.
Well, a huge congratulations to you, Aaron. You've been taking notes. You've been listening to what the judges said. We've got your run on the other screen. Just so spectacular. Full send for the entire time. A massive congratulations to our brand new world champion from Roslyn, BC, Aaron Sauvé. We are going to be right back with Ski Women.
Yeah. So sick. Yeah.
Welcome back to the Yeti Extreme Verbier 2024. We just had fireworks from snowboard women, and we are ready to kick things off with ski women. We have a very special guest in the booth with us, 2021 Freeride World Champion Elizabeth Gerritsen. Elizabeth, welcome.
Thank you very much, Derek. Hi, Anna.
Great to have you in the booth today. We're excited to get your insights. And you've also been on the face this morning as our forerunner.
Yeah, I was privileged to forerun the Looker's right side of the back, and the snow was amazing. So I tried to hype the girls up, and I told them it was going to be a sick show. I think the snowboarders just showed us that.
It definitely worked. When you skied, we were up here on the call, and the mood just went up about 99%. Watching you come down and ski, watching the snow spray, hit a couple, decent-sized airs on the forerun, which I think did a lot for the riders' confidence. You've been on the other side of that. How much does it mean when you watch a forerunner ride like that?
I think the forerunner definitely sets the mood for the day. If you can see a forerunner having fun, stomping sizable cliffs, it goes, and you're like, oh, okay, it's on, And I really wanted to give those girls that perspective, and they're all my friends, so I want them to do well. So I was just super positive about it, and I'm so excited for this show.
Perfect. Well, we're going to take a look at where we're sitting in the overall picture right now in the ski women's category. This is where we sit with Astrid Chelus, rookie on tour, but she has not been skiing like a rookie. She's had such a solid season. Hedvig Vessel, the boss, the queen bee, she's just been on that slow burn, creeping up, and she's so close to Astrid. And Manon Lowski very close behind in third. The battle for the title, it looks like it's going to come down to these three, but Sibylle still has a mathematical chance, and you're very familiar with that outside chance of taking the title, and it'd be hard to count Sibylle out, as she's a local and she's the only one in this field that has a title on the back under her belt.
Yeah, I'm so excited for all these girls' runs. I mean, the level this season has been insane. I think it's one of the best seasons for ski women ever. And I'm actually kind of happy I didn't ski against them this year, because that would have been tough, They're just so good. And also so young, but yet so experienced. It's, super inspiring to me, at least.
So let's check out the start list today. We are running the ski women category in reverse order of ranking. So we've got Zuzana Wittig dropping in first of all, followed by Sibylle Blangeon. Manon Lowski in third position, with Hedvig Vessel fourth, and our current leader Astrid Chelus wrapping up the category. So excitement building.
Yeah, Elizabeth, we're dropping all the categories in reverse order of their standings in the overall rankings. What do you think that does to the mental side of this for those later runners, for Manon, for Hedvig and Astrid dropping later? Is it advantage, disadvantage? What do you think?
I think it depends if these girls are going to watch the live stream on their smartphones on top. if you're not watching it, I believe it's not going to change anything. But if you are watching and following and kind of see which lines score well, which tricks score well, that can kind of, you know, like mess up with your game. So yeah, I personally don't do that, and I wouldn't like expect them to do that because they're such smart riders and they're really good with the mental game as well. So I don't think it's going to make a big difference.
All right, we're going to take a look at our favorites. Elizabeth, these are basically the 3 that are in contention. What do you think the strengths are of each of these riders?
Oh, that's a tough question. They're all so good. These 3 girls have showed, the 3 of them have showed a backflip this year. So I think that's maybe something we can expect for sure. Big airs as well. It's really strong skiing. I mean, I can't pick a favorite. Don't get me there.
Well, here's what you thought. The Peak Performance FunBet fan favorites. 88% of you feel that Hedvig Vessel is going to land on the podium. 78% of you feel the same way about Manon Losky, and Astrid Chelus with 77%. So these Peak Performance FunBet fan favorite votes are very similar, as we saw in the snowboard women, to the actual rankings. I do want to just ask you, you were talking about riders in the start gate watching the live stream. You said you don't, but some riders do. It feels like there's stuff to be gained, but also maybe some real head games that could come into play with that.
Yeah, so the thing that can be gained for sure is like some really good insights within like what goes and what doesn't go and snow quality and stuff. But as I said, it's a tricky game to play because if you see someone do an insane run, then it's gonna, you know, make you stress more, I think.
And actually speaking to some of the riders, I think they changed their strategy, their approach to that according to the face. And with the Bec de Ros, it's such a consequential venue, you have to have your run so dialed. You don't really have the possibility for an A-B line. And I think that means that less riders will be looking and adjusting their lines according to what they see below them.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and this being such an individual sport, while everyone is on the start list and on the ranking sheet, they are competitors, it still is each rider doing what they feel suits their skill set, suits their style, suits their line choice. So it really is, I think, so different from many other sports where it's not a direct head-to-head competition. You're not knocking somebody over or anything like that. You got to do your thing and then just see where the numbers fall at the end of it. All right, well, here we go. We've got Zuzana Vitek. Zuzana had a win on the face here at the beginning of the season in the Verbier Pro, so she's got some confidence, but she's also nursing a bit of an injury picked up in Fieberbrunn on her knee. So it's going to be interesting to see how Zuza kind of takes today on. She's not in contention for the title, but she would love to have an Extreme Verbier title. We are underway with Ski Women here 2024.
So Zuza is pushing out of start 1, heading over to find her first bit of airtime, test that knee out, and looking pretty solid there.
Yeah, this is the part that I skied this morning, and this is really good snow, and I think she's showing that. Skiing super well. The knee looks good to me.
Yeah, well, she's been strapped up by Sybille Blangeon, the best physio on the mountain, and she's looking super solid there, getting some more airtime in and skiing super fluidly between features.
Such strong ski technique from the Polish rider as she sneaks through the side door here and right off the nose of that air. Wow. Zuza stomping. All right, well, kicking things off with a bang here for Zuzana Vitek and a chunky feature lined up below her.
Coming up to find her takeoff. Perfect landing, riding out pretty straight there.
That was beautiful.
All right, well, one more feature underneath, and Zuza opting around that one. She flew off that one in the earlier event this year. So, Elizabeth, you were talking about the snow. It looked pretty good there for Zuzana.
Yeah, I think she made it look super good and really easy, really lacing that turn and being patient in the turn. She's still going.
She is still going way out to the rider's left. Another big dog, wow. And Zuzana stomping at the very bottom. We haven't seen that come into play very often here on the Petit Bac. She's got a bit of a swerve to make it over to the finish gate, but handling it like a pro. So no real evidence, at least from our seats, of a sore knee there for Zuzana.
What an impressive run. She seems happy.
She's got a big smile on her face.
And, you know, she wasn't sure if she was going to compete, and I think, like, she definitely took the right decision. She was riding so well, and, yeah, the knee looks good.
All right, Elizabeth, run us through this replay as we see the top section of Zuza's run. She started strong and continued with that same level of intensity.
Yeah, I think she like started out kind of testing the snow, you know, like taking those turns easy, and then the run just got better and better with like higher and higher cliffs. And you can see that in judging criteria as well.
Yeah.
That was quite a flat landing that she took pretty well there and just managed to pack so many big features into her run.
And you could see that, as you said, Ellie, with the line score there, just jacked right to the top of the scale. There was not really anything that she missed or went around. And then what a great way to finish. That's a really unique line choice, unique feature choice for Zuzana. She's got to get on that left leg to get into the finish, and she is stoked. Well, here we go. The judges are going to set the bar for the day in ski women with this score. Little kiss for that right leg. Big thanks, as you said, Anna, for Sabile to strap her up. We see the score dropping now, and it is going way up, 88.67 for Zuzana Vitek. So she's done her part now, and this could be a real interesting spoiler. As we said, she's not in contention for the title, but her finish today can have huge implications for the other women.
I would say that's a huge statement from the judges. First rider to drop and such a high score. I mean, they liked it.
They loved it.
Well, we liked it too here in the booth. Hopefully at home you also enjoyed watching that as we are back up to the top. Start number 1. There you can see just how exposed that start gate is on that high ridge. The Alps backing the backdrop, being the backdrop here for the Yeti Extreme Verbier. This is the grand finale, the culmination of the 2024 season, and these riders all wanting to have their say. This young lady is the only rider in the ski women's field who has won here on the Bec. Local Sabile Blanjean, another rider coming up through the junior rankings, attending that Junior Freeride World Championships, winning on the Bec. She's done it all, and she's going to want to back that up. Sabile Blanjean from Verbier is on the Bec.
Just navigating her way past those cameramen from start 1 to find her first air. Slamming some turns down there. It's getting a little bit chopped up.
Very impressive technique. She wants it. Skiing over exposure, over this bluff. Beautiful. Wow, that was so impressive.
Super nice from Sabile. And she is carrying some real speed through into the next section.
And another one sneaking through that little door. No hesitation, not even a slight speed check. Sabile Blanjean landing almost in the same spot as we saw Zuzana, but she has got more to come. Another air there, using that technique that got her the win in Georgia and wanting desperately to back that up with another win here on her home soil. Sabile Blanjean, you can see the finish gate still looks like it's such a long way away.
She's flying. She's going to be stoked with that.
Yeah, it was a solid run, and she has been such a team player here for the Verbier crew.
She lost the pole.
Oh.
Putain, j'ai perdu le bâton!
Ooh.
Oui.
Swearing.
Putain!
Well, the emotion coming out of Sabile Blanjean, we didn't catch that when it first happened, but somewhere along the way, losing a pole. Ellie, maybe we can see exactly where that happened. See the slough pouring off, sending that one.
Beautiful.
She's still got 2 poles here, taking that next air, and it's there that she loses the pole. So obviously pretty off-putting for the rest of her run. You can see she's really upset in the start gate, which I appreciate because she is a competitor. She's here to win, and she's allowed to be annoyed about that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you can see just even by the body language there, the look on her face, she is bummed.
Deux fois j'ai perdu bâton. Putain, ça m'est jamais arrivé de ma vie. Ouais, ça m'est arrivé 2 fois.
For the non-French speakers, she said that's never happened to her before.
Right, well, here we have the score coming in now for Sabile Blanjean, a 73.67, so you could see the reaction from that. You know, that moment there where you see the score, the way that hits you, you got to feel for those riders.
Yeah, it usually goes straight to the ego, you know. And it hurts for a few minutes, and then it's over, really.
All right, well, Sybille Blanchon, I mean, we're all happy to see her down in the finish area, safe and sound. Unfortunate, a bit of an equipment malfunction. And, I mean, you can't overstate how important your equipment working properly is. And if a pole strap snaps or you just lose a little bit of grip there, you know, it has pretty serious implications. And for Sybille Blanchon, that's not going to be another win here on home soil, as Zuzá put down an absolutely spectacular run. So we're just waiting for Manon Loeschke to get her skis on and get herself into the correct position. How stressful is it when you're in the start gate and all of a sudden they call you over and you're running maybe a little bit late?
It's really stressful. And usually the starters are pretty stressed too, so everyone's stressed. And it makes for a crazy mood. But, you know, it kind of like sets you in the mood for your run if you're kind of like, you know, things are spicy and you're like, okay, let's go.
Little added intensity to the start gate, as if it needed any more intensity with world titles, Verbier titles on the line. And you can see, Anna, the crowd starting to build up here. There were so many people pouring out of the Jumbo while we were watching the Forerunners. The excitement in town has just been electric.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what kind of picnic supplies we've got on hand. Let's see a few baguettes. Any fondue? Can't see a pizza oven just yet, but I think it's coming.
Hopefully it's coming. Manon Loeschke, the peak performance rider, just getting her boots dialed in, making sure everything is perfect. We already had one equipment malfunction on the face today. Nobody wants to see another one. Manon Loeschke has been an absolute spectacle on the Freeride World Tour. She didn't start last year when she first qualified because she was injured. The hype was it was a real build-up with Manon coming on. We all watched her film project, watching her casually tossing double backflips everywhere. Elizabeth, you've been kind of following Manon as a peak performance teammate. Kind of describe what you've seen from her.
Yeah, I saw her go through the juniors, and I was already so impressed then. And then she made the tour, and that was kind of like, of course she's going to make the tour, you know. And seeing her arrive on the tour, like, I would think maybe, like, you know, you're so young, you have some pressure, but just out of the first comp here in Verbier, she just sent it, got second, and then after that, it was up and up and up. And just, I'm going to call it, she's changing the game. Like, you know, she's done the 360 and the backflip in the same run in Canada. It's never been done before. And, yeah, I can't stress how important that progression is for everyone, and it's gonna push the sport in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Went for it again in Georgia with not quite the full success we were looking for, but that run, you know, we got to speak to the judges, and they were saying that may have been the highest scoring run in the history of ski women on the Freeride World Tour had she stuck it. But you still have to stick it, and you know, as you said, Manon is young, but she's certainly not skiing. One thing I loved, Anna, you know, we got to call it here in that first run. We kind of know her with the freestyle stuff, but the first run in the Verbier Pro, full freeride.
Absolutely technical skiing. I really trust her. Like, I'm not afraid to watch her ski fast through exposed terrain. She's got it. She's such a solid rider.
Yeah, she's just making those final preparations as she is now one of 3 riders that are in very serious contention for a Freeride World Tour Championship title. Elizabeth, you know how that feels in the start gate. It's the intensity must just be insane up there.
This is so exciting. These 3 riders that are going to come, it's going to be so exciting. I'm nervous. I'm shaking a little bit, actually.
Yeah, we just heard her there in the boom mic from the start camera, just asking for a little bit more time. She wants to be completely ready. I can only imagine what she's got planned. She's been working hard with Seb Michaud, who's a bit of a legend on this face as her coach. And Manon Loeschke now, the peak rider, kicking things off on the Petit Bec.
Dropping out of start 1 there, taking some serious pace out of the start gate, lining up her first features. Stomping it, looking super solid.
I think, like, you can really see the difference with other riders. She's just so fast and so confident in her skiing. She really wants it.
Taking that one side hill to allow her to continue over in this rider's right direction. There's so many features over here, and Manon now just a blink into her run. She's already got 3 big features under her belt, lining this one up. Manon Loeschke into the fall line.
Beautiful.
Perfect landing there, looking like she wants something over on the Lucas right. And lining up another hit here.
Yeah, Manon crossing a couple tracks. You can see the tracks definitely have an effect, and now she's picking up a whole bunch of speed on the lower section of the Petit Bec, just arcing those turns, putting that technique to use that she's honed as a junior, and then on the challengers, a whole bunch of speed as Manon Loeschke approaches this windlift.
Big double, doesn't quite pull it around, but damn, she went for it.
Oh my God.
Well, Manon Loeschke, Elizabeth, you said it. She is not here to mess around. Setting a double backflip. I've never seen that in a Freeride World Tour competition. We've only seen it a handful of times in the ski men. I hope she's all right. She's up and standing. I think maybe more than anything, just disappointed that that second flip didn't come around. But what a statement from Manon. That's...
I can't believe what I just saw. This is crazy. Unfortunately, a bit of an issue. I think she didn't have enough speed. The snow might be a little bit stickier down there. That's maybe why she didn't get enough speed to get that second one on, but that was crazy. I don't know, I have no words.
I think we also have to give a little bit of credit to the fact that we only have one track in that windlift from Edgar Chelus, our forerunner, and I'm not 100% sure that Manon was actually on that track. So rolling into a windlift feature like that doesn't have a track set in it, the speed's going to be less, the pop you get out of the lip is going to be way less, and Manon just, I mean, the rotation was there, but she didn't have the air to get it around for that second flip. But incredible, incredible intention on that one to truly raise the bar. I mean, if it's done here, now the seal is broken, and are we just, that's just normal now?
Yeah, I said it before, like, this is crazy. She must be very disappointed. I think we can kind of see that from her body language. But props, you're changing the game, Manon, like, for sure. And everyone is watching, and I think you're inspiring so many younger girls. Wow.
Well, and I think we can speak to that because I watched the Region 2 Challenger at Crested Butte, and watching what the women were doing there, we saw more backflips, and not little windlet backflips, but huge sends off cliffs. You know, Lydia Nelson one that brought it around perfectly. We saw Piper Kuntz with a massive front flip. It's truly like the trickle down. We saw it in the snowboard women as well in this category, and Siobhan talked about it leaking right down to the challengers immediately, and it's happening here as well. This is going to go to challengers, to juniors, not next year or 5 years from now, today.
And what I really admire about this double backflip attempt is, you know, she's in contention for the title. And so she could have calculated a little bit and be like, oh, I'll just do one, you know, because one is really good already. But she just went for it. And that goes to show that she's not a, you know, she doesn't calculate her runs, and she just wants to do what she wants to do. And I think that's so impressive.
I also think you got to balance that extrinsic motivation of titles and wins and things like that with what fires you up. And if you're having fun doing what you're doing, I think that's always going to score well.
100%.
Yeah, and Manon just living proof of that. She was burning for that move. She wants to be the one to be the trendsetter, the bar raiser, and stomped or not, she for sure just did that with that double backflip. Unbelievable from the young French rider. Plenty more. You know, she's just starting her Freeride World Tour career. So coming in a little bit rattled from that one. So that's a no score for Manon Loeschke. Her désolé from Zuza. I'm sorry. We're all sorry that didn't work out. But again, Manon, hold your head high because that was incredible. Truly, truly inspiring freeriders.
She can be so proud.
All right, we are going to check in with one of our other title contenders, Hedvig Wessel.
My goal since I started freeriding was to become the Freeride World Champion, and let's say it's been a journey to try to get there. That world title is something I've been looking for many years, and I'm going to do everything I can to do it this time.
Nothing to it but to do it. Hedvig Wessel, she is in contention for the title but she needs to win if she wants to win. So Hedvig is here for nothing but first place, and so exciting to see Hedvig Wessel. She's been on a little bit of a slow burn, creeping up. We had Manon leading for a while, now Astrid's leading, but Hedvig's been right there, and now is her time to shine. She's excited, she's nervous. We're excited for her. Elizabeth, you have some history of these championship battles with Hedvig.
Oh man, I'm so nervous.
So she is out of the gate, start 1. Eyes on the prize, looking up her first feature.
Super powerful skiing.
And taking it as a double. Hedvig Wessel coming out with intention as she gets high on this pace. This is the most aggressive pace we've seen so far in the ski women's category, as she's now just managing her way through those old tracks. There's another big one beneath her.
Getting into that spicy zone there, finding her takeoff. No hesitation, taking that so long.
Sailing over the bomb holes from the other riders and connecting absolutely perfectly with the transition. Hedvig Wessel now with a couple of control turns and lining up this bottom feature right off the nose. Incredible run from the Peak Performance athlete, full throttle from Hedvig Wessel, top to bottom. The speed and the intensity of that run.
She wanted it.
And she got it. That was unbelievable.
She's happy, I think.
Happy-ish? We'll see what the judges had to do. The two compatriots there, competitors for a moment, but travel buddies and ski buddies. All right, Elizabeth, the replay of this, she was so intense right from the start.
That double, I have to say, that's a really tricky double to take, and she took it perfect, taking the first one kind of big and the second one smaller. And then this was the move of the run, I would say.
So big, and her connection back to the snow was perfect. She took that one long as well. All those off-season squats and deadlifts coming into play. You can see super direct. There were no speed checks really in the entire run. Full fluid, pinned free ride at its best there from Hedvig. So we'll see what the judges, she's now done her bit. Oh, these are anxious moments as there's so much at stake, and Hedvig Wessel has been second overall 3 different times on the Freeride World Tour. She wants that final step, probably more than anybody in all 4 categories here today. As we see the score, the numbers up, 93.33. The relief.
Open your eyes, Hedvig. Open your eyes. Look at the score. Does she know?
I wish you the best. But don't beat me.
Well, that says it all.
Thank you, everyone who's been there. I'm proud of my run. I can't do anything more right now, so let's just pray for the win.
I love that. She's so sincere.
Yeah. Incredible moments there on the Freeride World Tour. So we only have 1 rider left in the start gate, and we had a chance to catch up, see how she was feeling before her run.
I think I have more pressure than the Euro Comp, for sure. Because now I'm here and I won the title. I want to go big, but I also want to stay on my feet. I just gonna try to do something that I can do.
Okay, well, we have here a unique situation where the final rider to drop is a rookie, but who now has 1 massive score to beat. She just said she has more pressure and that balance. She wants to go big, but she needs to stay on her feet. How do you balance that as a rider?
I guess we'll see. Yeah, I'm really curious what her strategy is going to be.
She is on the face, catching some airtime straight out of start 1, and locking in a big one there, stomps the landing and looking over towards the lookers right of the venue.
It is steep over here, skiing above exposure. Astrid, with that trademark speed, she always is skiing fast, and she is above. No easy way out of this section.
Getting a little bit, taking that one big, stomping the landing.
Oh, and Astrid off that air with the slough pouring down. Hopefully Dom and Jeremy had a good angle. There's going to be some magic photos coming out of that. And another big one here below for Astrid.
So powerful. Really powerful skiing. I wonder what her last move is going to be.
Well, she's lining it up here and taking a big chunk out of this one.
Oh, the ski just getting caught up twice in the crust. That left foot kicking out. Astrid managing to pull it back and then having to pull it back again. Just showing the athleticism of these athletes. Now we do have, looks like...
It's another pole missing, I believe.
Oh, it's the revenge of the ski poles today.
Yep,
in the ski women's field, shaking that left hand.
Yeah, a bit of a control issue there, but she managed that really well. I guess she did some squats as well. Actually, I share a coach, physical coach with Astrid, so she's put in the work for sure.
All right, Elizabeth, let's run us through this replay as we see Astrid Chelus, the line score maxed out.
You know, getting into it straight from the start, that's really good for your mental game if you can get a hit. As we see those beautiful turns, and that perfect little transition.
I love the way that turn transitioned into the air too. She bellied out the turn, built the pressure, and then straight off the cliff. And this is where maybe we'll see the pole take off a little bit of a different angle than we saw Hedvig go. Oh, the snow just grabbed it as it was grabbing her skis. Elizabeth, you said in your Forerunners report, right around that elevation, the snow changed, and it was quite a rapid change. Do you think that's what that was, just the getting into the crusty zone?
I believe so, and also it's a really flat landing, and that doesn't help. But she's happy, she's smiling.
Yeah, it looked like she had a little bit of a sore wrist there. Maybe the 4-point landing just taking its toll. So this is an extremely anxious time for these athletes. Here is the score. It's up. It's an 86.00. Astrid Chelus on the podium into third. That means Zuzia is in second. And you can see there on the Dynastar hot seat the look on Hedvig's face as it washes over her what's just happened.
Incredible scenes here. We have our new Freeride World Tour champion, Hedvig Wessel.
Well, the emotions are flowing down there in the finish and here in the booth. Hedvig Wessel locking down after a seriously long battle. She is going to be your brand new Freeride World Tour champion. Nicholas Lundgren there, the Peak Performance team manager, coming out for a hug as the job is done. And hugs from all the homies there. Hedvig, 3 years in a row, second. Took a year off to reset, to go filming, came back with this locked in her sights and delivered all season long. So we're going to take a look, Anna, at the overall, the rankings from the Yeti Extreme Verbier of what happened today on this face.
So incredible scenes. We've got the results from today. Hedvig Wessel locking down the win here with Zuzana Vitek overcoming that knee injury to pull in second place, and Astrid Chelus with an incredible recovery from that tough landing in third position.
Yeah, the local Sybille Blanchon in fourth, and Manon Lowski with for sure the move of the day. Didn't quite go her way, but definitely a massive statement to skiers across the world. Here we go. This is our podium. These three women throwing down Astrid Chelus with the bronze. Zuzana Vitek backing up her win here in January with a silver medal, and Hedvig Wessel with the gold. This is the first time she's won in Verbier. There's been a number of attempts, and she's been on the podium, but not on this step. Astrid pulling the airbag.
I love to see these athletes' emotions. I am so happy for Hedvig. She wanted it so badly.
All right. Here we go. This is what it's done to the overall rankings. Your brand new world champion from Norway, Hedvig Wessel, sitting on 36,000 points with that win today. Astrid Chelus slides down to second from the fire bib, and Zuzana Vitek steps back up from fifth into third. So she is on the overall podium. Manon Lowski and Sybille Blangeon rounding out our top 5. Unfortunately, Lily Bradley not able to take the start in FWT finals with that knee injury, but is re-qualified for next season as well. The rest of the riders below that cut line from previous 2 finals, battling it out now on the challengers, and I can't wait to see where that ends up. But a storybook ending for Hedvig Wessel. She came back to do exactly this, and she was able to lock it down. The emotion free-flowing down there. Hedvig Wessel, your new world champ. We're going to be back right after this break with an interview with the world champ. Fireworks from ski women here on the Beck, delivered once again. The light is perfect, the snow is perfect, the riders doing their part. Elizabeth, what a show we've had. You know what it feels like to win on this face. What are they going through down there right now?
It's so crazy. I'm so proud of all of them. Extremely happy for Hedvig. Yeah, what a show, what a show, what a run. All these girls pushing the sport, and yeah, I'm just so happy not to be competing today.
It's much easier from our position in the comfortable commentary booth here, but some huge emotions for Hedvig Wessel, who has placed second at various times.
All right, well, we are going to head down to check in with our brand new freeride world champion, Hedvig Wessel, in the finish. Elizabeth's got some questions for you.
Hedvig, I have to say, I went silent when the score showed because I just started crying so much. So I just want to congratulate you from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to cry again. You deserve this so much, and I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, Ali. I don't know what to say.
Hedvig, you've been fighting for this for a long time. You came back with this in your sights firmly. Clearly, with the emotion on your face right now, this means so much to you. Describe the feeling of the run and what you're going through right now.
Oh, so much. Oh my God, it's hard to explain. Like, so much. I feel so loved and seen and supported, and it's been such a journey. This year has been so heavy mentally, and I've tried my best every run, and I just haven't been able to put it together, and I guess now I managed to at least do enough, and I don't know, it's insane. I've been dreaming about this for many years, and I honestly thought I gave it up 2 years ago. I'm pretty glad I didn't right now. But yeah, thank you, Derek and Ellie, for being here always. Oh.
Well, a huge congratulations to you from all the fans, all of your supporters. You've been changing the game of skiing for a long time, and now you have the Freeride World Tour Championship title to show for it.
I can't hear you guys, but thank you. I can't hear you what you're saying. Oh.
Ears are blocked up with tears down there in the finish corral. Hedvig Wessel, emotion free-flowing as our new Freeride World Tour champion is crowned. Elizabeth, you've been in that exact position, the feeling of it, the elation, the emotion, the intensity.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, I can imagine what she's going through. I went through it, but you know, she's worked so hard for this, and I think that's what she said in her, you know, post-comp speech. Kind of is like, it's important for her to show like the viewers that it's, you know, it's also work, and she she put in so much energy, and it was her goal. As long as she started the Freeride World Tour, that was her goal. She wanted to become world champion, and I think it took her a few years. But you know, just to get there, I think is insane.
Well, yeah, the path is not always easy, and for Hedvig, I mean, you can look at it from a couple of different ways. Finishing second 3 times on the Freeride World Tour is a massive accomplishment, but the win was always in sights. And one thing that Hedvig said earlier, which I thought really was just the critical insight to all of this, she wanted today to do a run that she felt she could be proud of. And I think, at least from our seat, that was delivered in spades. I mean, a 93.33 on this face with that kind of pressure is such an incredible achievement.
Most certainly. She performed under pressure, and after so many disappointments, so many second places, and I just take my hat off to her.
Yeah, fighting through all of it and coming back with the uncertainty and coming back in a season when the ski women's category has elevated itself to just the stratosphere. Flips and 360s are almost mandatory. Of course, the Beck has a slightly different take. It's not necessarily a freestyle venue, but the rider's finding a way to get it done. Manon doing her best to go to the moon with freestyle. That category is through the roof right now, and it's providing some of the most exciting moments on the Freeride World Tour. So exciting to see it just blow up like that, and truly a storybook ending. I mean, the emotions through the finish of that were just, that was so intense and so much fun to watch.
Wow, what an ending.
All right, well, we are not done here on the Freeride World Tour. We've got the Fondue crew, and while we've got you here, Elizabeth, we're going to dig into ski men as they are coming up, and this one is absolutely insane. It looks like Les Gorilles there, the local Verbier freeride team. Those guys are going to be supporting their crew. They've got Martin Bender in the field a little bit later on, but these are some of our favorites for ski men. Elizabeth, give us your thoughts on ski men, the favorites, and your favorites.
I can't do that. Iceman, Troublemaker. I mean, these two guys just have been so impressive all season. A little bit of a different style. I think Marcus is more into like freestyle run, but also like super good technically. And Max just wants to go big and wants to do big tricks of big things and riding extremely fast. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these two different styles kind of like show up on the Bec des Rosses, which is a very different venue than the venues they're used to, because it's steeper, it's longer, and it's just like there's so much like at play, you know.
Yeah, exactly. There's definitely some big question marks on how their styles and skills are going to play out on the face today. But exciting moments yet to come, exciting moments behind us. Elizabeth, we want to thank you from the bottoms of our heart for joining us here in the booth for the ski women. It's been just a bevy of insights into exactly what they're going through. Yeah, spectacular moments there. Having a world champion watch one of her good friends become world champions was just incredible.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. I had a blast.
It's an absolute pleasure. Checking out the crowd here.
All right, we are back. Welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. It is the Yeti Extreme Verbier 2024. The crowd is building, the intensity is building. We finished on the Petit Bec. Our next stop is the Big Bec, the Bec des Rosses. Riders starting from the top for the first time in a long time. The mixture of fear and excitement from the riders, absolutely palpable. There are some serious moves in place, some serious exposure, consequences. All of it is coming together here to deliver fireworks. We just saw the ski women and snowboard women throw down on the face. Anna, I'm unsure what to expect here as we ready ourselves for the snowboard men from the top.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of nerves at play at the moment. I heard from Timmy Schroeder that he watched the Forerunners and said that it was medium guile. So not full guile.
Yeah, he did say it was medium guile and not full guile. Absolutely on point.
But I think they're really excited to start from the top and really show what they're made of.
And for those of you at home, we are welcoming back Siobhan Chalice, who is joining us for all the snowboard categories today. We saw the women throw down. Siobhan, you were outside the booth watching ski women. They went for it. Hopefully we're going to see the same now from snowboard men. We've definitely got a talented field of riders on tap here for snowboarding. It's been a while since we've been to the top of the Beck. Board handling, I think, maybe is going to be the #1 criteria here for the men.
100%. Like, to control your board, to control your turns, to know where to set your turns. You know, when you pick your lines, it's super important to not just think about the features, but think about the part in between and how you're going to execute that to ultimately then lace together your run perfectly.
Yeah, and we saw that play out in the snowboard women with some exceptional board handling from Erin Sauvé, from Nuria Caston-Baron, bleeding the speed off without doing it too quickly, too sharply, and setting yourself into, well, into what we don't want to see on the Beck. We're going to take a look right now at our overall rankings. This is where we sit in the big picture for snowboard men on the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. The title is wrapped up. Victor De La Rue took it to... Well, he took it to the stratosphere. He took 4 of 4 wins on the Freeride World Tour this year, and the championship title is his already. So he's pressure-free for the overall. But 2, 3, and 4 are all extremely tight. Timmy Schroeder with a very slim lead in second place, the rookie there, and Liam Rivera and John Penfield all extremely close. It feels like whichever one of them comes in above, whichever other one of them is going to be the one standing on the second step of that overall podium.
And Travis, baby. And Jordan and Olivia and Kenyon and King Goots.
All right, well, catching up with some rabid freeride fans out there, we're going to take a little look here at what we saw in Fieberbrunn as we crowned a champion. All right, so Victor De La Rue, Siobhan, I don't know if you were watching this while you were at home, or you guys were in Monte Rosa on the same day, so you probably didn't see it live, but another dominating run from Victor.
He's incredible this season. The way he laces together his runs and stomps everything with the execution and speed is absolutely phenomenal.
That move was unbelievable, that he managed to hold it together over that tough transition and essentially ride across rocks to secure the win and the title.
Yeah, it speaks to his experience, to be honest. Like, he just knows how to lace a run together and just keep going.
Yeah, he just keeps delivering event after event after event, different venues, different style of features, different pitch and features. So we're going to see our start list running in reverse order from championship rankings.
That's right. So we have got Holden Samuels from the US of A dropping in first, followed by Michael Morn and Jonathan Penfield. Liam Rivera is in 4th position there with Timmy Schroeder second to last to drop today, and our Freeride World Tour champion Victor De La Rue wrapping up the category.
Yeah, you know, the building excitement and intensity of this reverse order start is definitely exciting. Seeing the last person to drop being the one with it all to lose. It was interesting there seeing it with Astrid. You know, I wonder if the pressure got to her a little bit. We'll see how it plays out with the men, and then totally pressure-free, the last guy to drop.
Yeah, like each and every one of them can take the win, to be honest. They all have it.
For sure, yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of the Freeride World Tour here. The categories across the board, every single one. Now, here's what you thought. Peak Performance, FunBet fan favorites, 96% of the votes saying Victor De La Rue will land on the podium. Liam Rivera, the local boy, 68%. He's been on a bit of a rise this year. He had a tough start, and then 2 podiums in a row. And then John Penfield, he's got a win here from the Big Beck, so it's been, you know, he's a hard guy to vote against when the going gets steep and gnarly. John Pau definitely knows how to deliver. I think, along with Victor, probably the most comfortable in terrain like this.
Yeah, and also the experience. He started in competition from the top of the Bec de Ross a couple of times, and he's got experience on the lookers left of the venue and also in the Central Couloir, so he knows where he's going.
Yeah, that's very true. Jonathan is like one of the most underrated snowboarders in the world, I reckon.
Yeah, we rate him very highly here in the commentary booth. You can see these young kids out here to watch the spectacle. We saw earlier on in the season a fantastic photo of Martin Bender in a much earlier edition of the Extreme Verbier watching as a little Grom, and he is here now. Liam Rivera the same. These kids that grew up in Verbier, this is a huge part of their life experience, you know, coming out as fans and getting to be in the show that they watch for so long. It's such an impressive thing. I got a chance to talk to Astrid about it. She said she watched as a Grom and then got, you know, getting to be in it. It means so much to them, Anna.
I mean, it's your dream, right? It's something you've been working towards, building up through the junior tour, maybe a hot minute on the Freeride World Qualifiers, and finally you make it here to the big stage and manage to hold it together to make it to the finals here in Verbier.
Well, here is our first look at the imposing, mythical Bec des Roses, the crown of the Verbier ski resort. This thing is enormous. The gut punch you get the first time you step out of that jumbo gondola and actually see this thing in person, it's unbelievable. It's so high, it's so steep right from the top. I mean, pushing into the 50-degree range, and that start gate right on the pinnacle. This is truly the top of the sport here.
Yeah, it's not just steep as well. It's called the Beak of Rocks in French, right? It's riddled with enormous features. Some of them go and some of them just don't. So you really need to know where you're going and orientate yourself well on the face.
Yeah, these overhead shots from the Cineflex just showing the intensity of this terrain. There's so many options. The line selection here has been a little bit confusing for the riders because it's almost the gluttony of too many choices. Siobhan, go through maybe a little bit about some of what goes into picking a line on a face this big.
That's a great question. Honestly, I think like for me it was always one or two features that I wanted to hit and then I linked those. Like you can't look at the entire face and be like, okay, this one here, this one there, this one there. Like you do have to find them in a line and how to link them. So sometimes you might have to choose a feature that might not be the one that you actually wanted to initially hit because another feature is the one that you want to hit more.
Right, so finding something you burn for and then just build the line around that up and down. Well, these riders have done that part of it now, and all there is left to do is execute. You can see it's just a tiny little purchase up there on the very summit of the Bec des Roses. Those riders are going through it right now, Anna.
Yeah, it's a platform. You can see some of the top features there. You can have a good look down the Dog's Leg couloir, but into the central couloir is a little bit more unknown. So that certainly builds the nerves. Also looking out at the crowd and seeing all the expectations out there for what you're going to put down on the face.
Well, here we go. We are zooming in on the start gate, and our first man in the gate getting ready to go. This is Holden Samuels. Holden growing up riding at Moonlight Basin and training himself on the headwater there. He was saying it has a similar feeling, obviously not the length, to the Bec des Roses. It's super rocky the entire way, and the pitch never lets up. We are on course with snowboard men from the summit of the Bec. Holden Samuels now on the face.
Dropping in there, working his way down to that little platform into the top of the Dog's Leg. Heading over to the looker's left.
It must be incredibly steep up there, just knowing what consequences underneath you. Like he's holding it together really, really well.
Saying g'day to a little ski dude there, lining up his first features or his entrance. Taking some big air there and hooning through this bowl.
Perfect execution of that first drop. The way he sets his turns afterwards is also super impressive. Like the way he holds his edge and holds his speed and just keeps going.
Yeah, managing the speed, absolutely critical right now for these riders as the pitch doesn't let up for about another 400 vertical meters. There is no way, if you let go here, you're not getting it back. So hold and executing that board control perfectly, as you can see, surrounded by rocks here in the couloir. Holden Samuels making his way through.
His finding his line through those features. Beautiful snowboarding, perfect technique.
Lining up a big air there, letting it rip. And managing to control on the heel side edge there. I know that's quite firm snow in the guts of the dogleg couloir.
Yeah, the dogleg, as it snows, it tends to flush itself out with the slough. Another big one for Holden, pointing it off the nose of that, and perfect landing as he speeds now down onto the lower apron.
That was a beautiful double. We love to see that. You know, the way he links his turns and like actually gets off his heel side edge super fast speaks to his technique.
Definitely, he's just opening up here. We know the snow is a little bit funkier as you get down into this bowl, so this is where you just don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, there was a lot of chatter from the riders about not wanting to put the board too sideways because there is a little bit of a crust down here, and if you get it completely out of the fall line and it breaks through, then you're going to get tossed. And the last thing we want to see is anybody going down before the arch. But Holden, the Moonlight Basin rider, and taking off that Yeti cooler booter. That was not judged, it's just for fun. I don't know how their legs handle that after the entire back to then hit a little jump to flat in the finish area. But Holden managing it, and he is in the finish, and the look on his face tells the whole story. All right, Siobhan, dropping into the top of the dogleg here. Talk us through Holden's run.
Well, if you look at his way of executing stuff, Holden's not just holding it together, he is actually riding it. That was huge, and thinking about the steepness of where that cliff is absolutely phenomenal. And how he just laces his run together with that next cliff, and then finding his way further down to that double and holding his speed while still finding that balance between edge control and letting it go is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, watching the board just ripple there over the snow. As we said, the dogleg kind of sheds its snow, so the further down you get, the firmer it gets because the slough is piled up there throughout the season. We had some ski cuts this morning pushing a little bit of snow down as we see Holden there. I don't know if he's grinning or grimacing as he waits for his score to drop. And we see this is going to set the bar for the rest of the category, 75.67. So a solid first run score from Holden Samuels.
He'll be happy with that first run on the back. And,
I think so.
Landed everything on his feet, was super clean.
A really clean run there for the American rider at a Moonlight Basin. And we are well and truly off and running here from the summit of the Bec des Roses. That picture just tells everything. It's so narrow. There's barely even room to strap into your board as the riders just have to hang out there. It's hard to even watch your friends ride as they disappear. It's so steep. But we are back up at the top with Michael Mon. Michael Mon, he's been on the podium in the second event, sitting right now in 5th overall. The gnarlier the better for this guy. The steeper it gets, the more at home he is. And Michael Mon is on the back.
And he is dropping into this super steep section down from the start, working his way into the dogleg couloir.
Finding his way to his first feature. You know, Michael's like, he's an incredibly strong snowboarder, and it speaks to like his childhood as a half-pipe snowboarder, and the way he has edge control is out of the gate. Getting into the Gnar.
Yeah, no other way out but to air as he makes now his entrance into the central couloir.
Riding super fast, super fluid. White rooming herself, some face shots, that's what we want to see.
The fact that on a toe side turn, his hands are touching the face while he makes that turn gives you an indication at home of how steep this is. As Michael Mon now approaching the Hollywood Cliff.
And good landing there, managing to control his speed.
Nailing it.
All right, well, Michael Mon now below the Hollywood, exiting the central. There's still plenty of features stacked up below him, popping off that one, picking up speed, just trying to handle the speed as he comes out towards the lower apron. But there's still, it's a maze of rocks up here for the riders to be able to find their way through.
He's carrying a lot of speed now out onto the apron as he is probably looking at this snow, just trying to see how funky he's putting the wings out there, carrying the speed through to the finish.
Yeah, building up some tail pressure to hold on to that choppy snow at the bottom. What a beautiful run.
Yeah, stoked to see it. He's been a real student of the sport, tuning in with Rainer Baccarid to get tips on the best way to get into that central couloir, and he's certainly found his way.
That's very true. I love to see the stroke.
What a dream come true. Aaron Sauvé there, the new world champion. These two riders, you know, the two stars and stripes on the shoulder. Siobhan, the top of this run so steep and exposed, and Michael Mann just handling it.
Incredible. Like you said, like if you as a snowboarder stand sideways in there and you have to actually hold on, you can definitely see how freaking steep it is.
Yeah, so he's taken this Lucas left entrance into the central couloir so that he can ride in on his toe side edge. Then he can open it up, made some super nice turns above the Hollywood.
Executing that perfectly. A little bit backseat, but not anywhere near that how bad it could be.
Yeah, for sure. Well done there for Michael, laying the tail into the landing to keep himself upright. And then he controlled the speed right away. Another testament to his board handling skills, that he just is, he's so honed in that kind of terrain. He said this is by far the biggest face he's ever been on.
How are you, Deanna? Good.
All right, some words there from Michael. An 85!
yes.
3-3, a big score there for Michael Mann, and a bit of a reserved reaction there. Cool.
All right.
Yeah, let's go.
He's always like that, though. He's such a low-key, super lovely, genuine person, and I'm sure inside he is absolutely frothing.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. How'd it go for you? Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah, just such a genuinely nice guy too. Michael Mann, always the quickest ones with a kind word. As he settles into the Dynastar hot seat there, we're into it now with the snowboard men.
First time in the hot seat this year.
Loving it there, Michael Mann with a solid score from our judges. As we head back on up to the top, another very dangerous man on this face, Jonathan Penfield. Tahoe rider, but making his home in Squamish and riding out of Whistler Blackcomb. He has won on the Beck before in 2019. He knows how to get it done here. John Powell, this is his home. I cannot wait to see what he brings to the Beck.
So he is dropping into the steep section on the Lucas left, right into the Dog's Leg couloir. And he's heading over into the same area that we saw Holden go. So he's got a little track to follow there for some orientation.
Yeah, I feel like tracks always do help you find your way a little bit easier.
Yeah, delicate balance between having the line being tracked out. Jonathan with a huge 360 to enter the dogleg. What a move. He is on fire, entering the bowl under the Ryan Barker cliff, now coming into the dogleg. So John Powell starting way up high on the Beck with a serious statement. Adding the freestyle into this gnarly element is going to grab the judges by the collar and get their attention at the top of this run.
Yeah, and he's been in this zone before in 2016, so he knows what he's doing. Another decent air there and just keeping his speed under control. He's still in super steep terrain. Just linking some turns together, finding his next feature.
Yeah, he is lacing.
Well, John Powell now on the heel side and going way over into an area that we haven't seen much action, airing over that rock section and stomping clean again. So John Powell linking up a huge number of big features on the Bec des Roses. And even that small area, you look at what he's doing it above. You cannot overstate. Another big one from John.
Going huge there. Now he's letting the brakes off and letting it run out into the bowl.
That was absolutely phenomenal to watch. The way he laced that together, and like you said, that little feature above that exposure. Wow.
Yeah, it gets the hearts in the throats of the viewer and us as well in the commentary booth, but never even a moment of doubt there from Jonathan Penfield that that was going to work out. This guy's showing why experience matters. The bigger the mountains get, the more the experience comes into play, and this guy has it in, well, just about more than anyone else. And now we are seeing exactly why as we wait for him to cross the line safe and sound. Jonathan Penfield through the gate. That looks like it's got a crazy kick to it on that little Yeti cooler jump.
Yeah, dude. Way to go. Way to go. Nice one. Sweet.
All right there. Well, Siobhan, we take a look at the top entry here.
You know, like the way to do that is setting up the tone for your entire run. And if you can keep that going, the judges are going to be captured straight from the start. And he just kept it going. Like there was no spot where we were we'd be like, oh, no, that's too slow. He just kept it going, kept it fluid, linking his turns, finding super big features, linking them all perfectly. I mean, look at him, how he's holding on to that in that steep section, and this one above exposure is just absolutely phenomenal. Sweet little indie grab in there.
Well, Jonathan Penfield showing exactly how he got it done in the past, winning on this face before. The only one in the field to have started from the top previously. Super direct line with a big 360 at the top. The numbers will tell the tale. Jonathan just catching his breath. We heard from the forerunners earlier on, Andrew Pollard saying how tiring it was just being at the bottom. You're absolutely gassed. And that wasn't even comp run intensity. Now we wait here for John.
My legs are tired from watching.
Okay, score coming in. The numbers up in 92 for Jonathan Penfield. And he is pretty satisfied with that. The judges absolutely loving it. Anna, you could see when the number hit and his eyes saw it, he just kind of lit up there.
Yeah, well deserved. He's been riding so strong this season, and that was an absolute scorching run.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see how his smile just grew more and more with the score climbing up. Well deserved.
Well deserved for Jonathan Penfield. So a new bar set from John Pow, Jonathan Penfield, showing why experience matters. And you can hear the radio chatter there, the anxiousness, the intensity, the excitement building through the snowboard men's category. Our next rider who is in the gate from right here in Verbier, Liam Rivera. He's been on the top of the Beck, but he said it's very different doing it with a competition mindset than just riding in powder with your friends. 24 years old. He is coming off a string of great results, 2 podiums in a row in the last 2 Freeride World Tour comps, and he is looking to better his last finish where he was second and would love to put himself on top at home. 3rd overall right now. Liam Rivera from right here in Verbier is on the Beck.
His dad is in the audience, and I've never seen him look more nervous to see Liam ride from the top of the Bec de Ros in competition, but he is making his way through. It's a good 50 degrees up at that top section of the dog's leg. Making his way through the bowl there to find his first features.
And Liam riding with some speed here, not holding back.
Putting some technical turns in.
Yeah, once you see jump turns, it's another testament to how steep an area is.
Yeah, and we saw Michael go through here on the toe side edge, but Liam having to do it on the heel side edge, even another element of difficulty to that.
Taking the same mandatory area as Michael did.
And the snow is pretty good in here. I think some of the slough is being cleared out, so still have to be conscious of that, but he's managing it well. Taking some air there, catching some speed.
Airing into the central, that is a bold move. As you see now, as we pull back Liam, there's nothing under him but ginormous cliffs, and one of those is going to be his aim. The Hollywood Cliff, straight off the nose. Liam Rivera stomps it.
What? That was huge.
Enormous air, and just getting that speed under control as he moves down to the next section. There's still lots to play for down here.
That's another big feature he's lining up there.
Frontside 3, but gets caught up on the landing.
Hung up a little bit. Like slight over rotation?
Yeah, I think so.
And Liam now still not letting go with a backflip, bringing it around to his feet perfectly. Liam Rivera showing that he is at home in his backyard with an incredible display of freestyle at the bottom of the Bec des Rosses. Incredible run there from the local rider. This guy, he knows exactly where he's going, never a hint of getting lost. That had all the elements in that run.
Yeah, he got into like the most serious terrain on the face. We saw a 360, we saw a backflip. There was a slight control issue in the landing of the 3, but I think that was an outstanding run.
Absolutely outstanding.
Sucks the front 3.
All right, well, we look back here at the run of Liam Rivera. Siobhan, this is so exposed, and he's on that heel side hedge. That must be terrifying.
That is really hard. He held that super, super well. It's like when you look downwards when you're standing on there on your board, you just don't want to tip forward. And how he hit that cross court, set him up perfectly for what he was lining up next. He's keeping his fluidity going beautifully. Again, you can see how steep it is, and that was absolutely, oh, getting the Indy grab in, beautiful.
Tweaking it out.
Bringing in the steers. He's a very stylish rider.
Here we see that mistake on the front three, the board just bouncing out from under him, a little bit of continued rotation as he landed, and you could see his hands go up as he kind of recognized exactly that little bit of a mistake. And with the perfection of John Penfield's run, the judges, they got to get to work. Liam had definitely some added elements, but John had his freestyle up high in the run, so it's going to be a tricky one for the judges to score, but I think perfection is going to be what it takes today to win on the back.
Absolutely. Perfection is what you do want to see at the end of the day, and except for his little control issue, the rest of the run was absolutely stunning.
I don't see anything.
All right, well, here we see the score is coming in for Liam. It is a big one, 89 flat. So he moves into second just behind Jonathan Penfield. The judges rating highly that run, the freestyle elements and the full gnar at the top. A great run from the young Swiss rider. Solid, solid riding.
Absolutely solid. And you know the butt check that he did have after the three was minimal and it didn't dock his fluidity, which is why his score is still super high.
All right, we're going to check in with the next man in the gate, Timmy Schroeder.
Starting at the top of the back is really intimidating. It's a whole different level. It's almost like a different sport to other venues, and I'm for sure a little bit nervous about it, but I also can't wait to have it done.
Little nervous, but can't wait to have it done. And we've seen that run after run after run from the riders in the finish area, the combination of stoke but relief as well to be done with this. Tim Schroeder, another rider in this three-man battle for second overall. Of course, Victor De La Rue has the title wrapped up. John Penfield had his say. Liam Rivera very close behind, and this is the only man now who can change things. Timmy Schroeder, he's another rookie who has just been slaying this year on the tour. I love that. I love that kind of mindset that he's got coming into this.
He's been a mighty good time on the World Tour. He saw the snow and he said it was medium guile, but I think we can expect a full guile run from Timmy Schroeder on the back. He is dropping in to the looker's right, taking some air as he works his way down the ridge there.
Yeah, you can't overstate the exposure of where Timmy Schroeder is right now, making his way through this little notch to enter above the Xavier De La Rue cliff. This is unbelievably exposed and steep.
Definitely, but he's moving through with a lot of speed. And
again, like you said before, with the heel side holding the control, and he did tell me before his run that he has the biggest balls of the game. So
there we go. He's lining up his first cliff. Great landing, turning it into a double, and he's absolutely hissing out of this area.
Disappeared into the POW cloud, but I think he was on his feet through that entire thing. It sprayed up because he was pushing the snow with the heel side of his board, and another big, so Timmy Schroeder really building some intensity on this run.
Going full big mountain here in the heart of the Gnar. Taking some more air time there, getting the grab in, tweaking it out.
He's not done yet. He's lining up another big feature at the bottom there.
Oh, Timmy going just over a quick punch front and then into that next section. Hopefully he can get control back. He's back up on his board, just pinballing his way through the lower section.
That's going to rattle you. Just free falling through some serious exposure, but he's out into the bowl now on his feet, giving us a wave.
Yeah, he held on really well to actually staying like kind of on his feet coming through that and not letting go. It speaks to his strength and to how it like hold on to pressure situations like that.
Well, and just the way that each bounce ate up meters and meters of vertical really shows how steep that is. It's not like you can just stop. It just, the ground keeps falling away and falling away. And when you don't have your board locked in with an edge on the snow, you just keep on bouncing. So happy to see Timmy Schroeder on his feet after that pretty scary moment there on the Bec des Roses. These riders, you know, we get excited about the competition of this, but the consequence on this face is real. And happy to see Timmy Schroeder on his feet at the bottom. Looks like the lens out of his goggles.
Gone. So
there it is.
Sliding its way down the Bec de Ros, having its own free ride adventure.
The adventure of the lens.
The thing went skrrra, pa 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 pa, skidky pa pa, and a boom 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 boom.
All right, Siobhan, Timmy at the top. The exposure and the gnarliness of this entrance is so intense.
Absolutely, it speaks for itself. Like, he's just holding on to his heel edge and making sure that he doesn't tip over the front, which is super, super steep. And the way he like keeps going, he's trying to get in some toe side turns to get more control in there, which is a super smart way of executing those cliffs.
You can see the slough just pouring off that one. That's so high on the face, the double, and now he's just in speed control mode, disappearing into the white room for ages.
Yeah, you carried in a lot of speed, and basically like when you're on your heel side edge, the key is to then go into your toes as quickly as possible. But with that speed and that steepness, it must have been really, really hard to actually get that done.
Yeah, trying to bleed the speed off without digging in too hard and putting yourself into a high side.
Exactly, you need a lot of patience to do that. And he did do that, which was absolutely great.
All right, and then this is where things started to come a little bit undone for Timmy, because we'll see if we can figure out exactly what happened.
Just lost his nose under the snow there, and then got caught up as well, just a little rattled, and managed to get on his feet to get over these rocks. So hopefully he hasn't ripped his pants again.
Not again.
Yeah, bumpy ride there on the Bec de Ros for Timmy Schroeder as he kind of sat down, shook his head, and then carried on. So hopefully the lens of his goggles, the only casualty from that run of Timmy Schroeder. So very interesting now as we see. I don't think that one's going to challenge John Pao. But Timmy, well, in great spirits at the bottom.
And a boom 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 boom.
Score coming in at 45-6-7. So Timmy Schroeder sliding himself into fifth. Jonathan Penfield in the hot seat. Is he going to be able to hold on? No one has been able to hold on to that hot seat from Victor De La Rue this season. Will he sweep the table for the season? If there was one venue on this tour that you'd bet on Victor winning, it's got to be this one.
He's got the experience, he's got the heritage, he's been watching his brother do it for a long time, and he's had some successful moments here on the Bec de Ros himself.
All right, Victor De La Rue, he is your world champion. He is ready to kick things off. I have a feeling, while he doesn't have the pressure of the title on his shoulders right now, the pressure of a win from the top is probably weighing on him, as that's something that yet, while he has some wins on this face, he doesn't have one from the top, and I'm sure he would love to add that to his trophy case. This is your world champion, starting from the top of the Bec de Ros.
So dropping in from the top there, making his way into the dog's leg with some serious pace. He's looking really comfortable in this hyper-exposed terrain.
Getting into the NAS straight away.
Ultra technical. He's got this tiny little bend to make his way. He executes that perfectly, getting himself a little bit of a face shot. And Victor now coming in from the very top of the central couloir.
Heading down pretty fast pace again, considering how steep this venue is.
Backside three there, stomp landing.
The threes are beautiful, aren't they?
Oh, it's so perfect. And above the Hollywood and the Gilles Vallo, he's just backed himself to land that, because there is truly no other choice now. Victor off the brakes as he lines it up off the Hollywood.
But not
looked like
able
a little
to
short.
stick it. Yeah. Just catching that toe side edge and going down, but he looks like he's still riding through, finding his next features.
Now he's hitting this one, heading into a double. Holding on to that one perfectly.
Absolutely screaming out the bottom here with some serious pace.
Victor De La Rue very much still in the hunt as he does not let off the throttle. now pinned through the bottom of this bowl as he makes his way across this funky, weird snow. This is where the crust is on the face. So although it looks like for sure it is the easier terrain, the snow now becomes the obstacle for the riders to get through. We don't want to see any caught edges or weird snow snake issues in this bottom bowl, but Victor having no problem at all and into the finish.
Skipping the Yeti feature, but hitting in a front flip again. Love it.
All right, Victor De La Rue unstrapping as we go back up to the top to this unbelievably technical entrance, Siobhan.
Yeah, that is absolutely Billy goating his way through the top section. And that is over so much exposure as well, heading into that super well, holding on to it.
And you can see the judges bar line score maxing a little bit lower on control as he did have a bit of an issue off the Hollywood. Back three above that exposure.
Yeah, that's something that we sometimes forget watching this, I think, is like over that exposure to do that three is absolutely massive. Heading into the Hollywood, getting a little bit short and landing on rocks, actually.
Yeah, you were dead right, guys. He didn't have enough gas on that one.
Yeah, I'd say a bit of an uncharacteristic speed mistake from Victor De La Rue. You don't see him going too slow very often on the Freeride World Tour, or ever. But Victor De La Rue with a serious issue in that run, landing on the rocks. Again, like he did in Fieberbrunn, though, managing to just ride it out, kind of tail pressing through. But this line, so direct, right off the summit of the Bec de Rosse. So the judges now have it in their hands what to do with our world champion on the Bec. But you can't take the title away. He is the season-long champion, world champion freeride once again. But Jonathan Penfield now, some anxious moments.
Yeah, he must be buzzing in that hot seat. Judd is working hard.
Yeah, weighing up all of the things that Victor did against the things that Jonathan did, and as well against the criteria. You know, these moments where the judges are deliberating, Siobhan, how much is discussion and how much is just making sure to take the time to get it right?
Well, first of all, it goes like the first impression is the one that we go of, and that if we're all in the same boat, then there's not much discussion. But sometimes we do have to take the time to reiterate and really watch through the run and see how severe the control issues were, and then adding up the entire overall impressions with all the features and how they're lined up.
Well, he's still got a big smile on his face. Here we go. This is the deciding factor. It's an 84.67 for Victor De La Rue. That puts him into fourth, so just off the podium. And this guy standing up at the Dynastar hot seat is going to be your winner on the Bec. He's done it before. He's done it again. Jonathan Penfield with a commanding performance. All right, we're going to take a look at what happened here in the snowboard men's category on the Bec.
So Jonathan Penfield showing that experience counts, taking the big W there with the local boy Liam Rivera backing it up in second position. Michael Morn in third with Victor De La Rue in fourth, Holden Samuels fifth, and Timmy Schroeder in sixth position.
A huge result there for Liam Rivera on home soil, the backyard, proving that he knows what he's doing. And this is going to be our podium. The bronze medal to Michael Mon, Liam Rivera from right here in Verbier with second, and Jonathan Penfield with a huge win, a 92-point run on the Bec. Siobhan, you mentioned it, you know, he's a little bit underrated. He certainly shouldn't be, as we see what this has done to our overall rankings in the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance snowboard men's category. We're going to see the overall ranking shortly. Victor De La Rue not able to be pushed off the top of the heap. Anxious moments. Here we go. Victor De La Rue is your world champion. Jonathan Penfield jumping up into that second spot, and Liam Rivera rounding out the overall podium. What a huge thing. This young guy, it's only his second year on the tour, to be in the top three. That's a massive, massive feather in the cap for Liam.
Absolutely a huge achievement for him. And I saw him coming through the challengers, and back then we already knew like he has everything to get there, and I'm so stoked to see him put it down.
All right, well, we are going to make our way down into the finish area. The crowd absolutely heaving here in Verbier. Jonathan Penfield locking down the win off the summit of the back. Give us a little bit of insight into that line, the perfection, basically, from top to bottom, and how you're feeling right now.
Thanks, Derek. Yeah, super stoked to land that run. Everything was a bit bigger than I thought going into it, so I toned it back a smidge. And, yeah, just psyched to have good stomping snow and to be able to ride a clean one top to bottom.
Right on. Well, if that's you toning it back, I'm blown away. That was an incredible run, and we're absolutely delighted for you. Let's check out the top section of your run.
Yeah, John, how much do you think the experience you have in terrain like this came into play with the riding? You looked, and I don't know if it felt like this, but you looked very comfortable up in the really steep part at the top.
Yeah, I think in the steep stuff, once you've had a few runs in it and you can realize that you can lean forward a bunch and really just lean into the run, then you can have control and you can really feel like you're almost on a different plane on something that steep. As long as the snow's good, it's super fun to ride.
Nice. Well, that was extremely tidy, and we're thrilled to see you put down a solid run and take the big W here today.
Yeah, big congratulations, John Penfield, for your win. Another win here on the Bec des Roses. So congratulations for the victory and that run.
Great. Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, Jonathan Penfield locking it in. Siobhan, we want to thank you for joining us in the booth today, getting the insider's perspective on all the snowboard categories. It's been incredible. Thanks for joining us. We are going to be right back, the Yeti Extreme Verbier with Ski Men. All right, welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are live at the Yeti Extreme Verbier. My name is Derek Foose here with Anna Smoothie, and we are joined by a very special guest for Ski Men, Andrew Pollard, Freeride World Tour legend. We are so stoked to have you in the booth with us. You stood on top of the back for your forerun today. Maybe describe what that was like being up there at the top of the Big Mama.
So yeah, I've never actually gotten the opportunity to ski from the top, and they were excited to let me forerun today. And let me tell you, it's an intimidating experience up there. We got to fly up a couple days before, and I think everyone's plans changed pretty quick once they got to the top and saw how steep it is.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision from the Freeride World Tour organizers. Maybe talk a little bit about what went into that and then what it actually resulted in.
Yeah, so basically no one started from the top since I've been on tour in the Ski Men category, so we got a pretty fresh crop here. I don't even think Turdell has skied from the top, if I'm correct. So it's a fresh crop on a big, big ocean of rock and snow, so we're excited to see what they do. The light is definitely not super in our favor right now, so hoping that they can still get enough definition to put on a good show.
Yeah, so we have a look here at your forerun. Maybe you can just talk us through what it was feeling like and what you were doing, where you were going, and what you were trying to achieve on this forerun.
Yeah, I was up there with the absolute legends, Leo Slemmet, and he was pretty much like, it's not that steep, and I'm from America, and we don't ever get to ski anything like this. So rolling into the top is quite an intimidating experience. Kind of rolled around there. You can see me in the left of the frame. But that entrance is pretty darn intimidating. You do not want to fall there at all. It hasn't been skied much. They keep it fresh before the event, so there's a lot of fresh snow there that can add to the slough dynamic of everything, which is really new for us on the tour. We've been skiing a lot of small venues the last couple of years, so I actually chilled and stopped here to let my slough go for a little bit. Not a spot where you want to have any snow moving.
Yeah, you can see there you kind of paused and let the slough go down. And if you look in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you can see it just screaming over all of those cliffs. How much of a factor do you think that's going to be for the riders when they get on the face after the snowboard men? You think it'll be a bit cleared out, or it's still going to be very much in play?
I think it'll be a bit cleared out, but I also think that it's such a steep face that if you go anywhere fresh, you're always going to kick a little bit of snow off. It's literally a giant mountain of boulders. But yeah, I got to open up the Hollywood, which was pretty special experience for me. I've never gotten to hit that air, so.
And you did it beautifully. How easy was it to orientate yourself on the face?
It's actually not the worst. There's no blind rollovers on it, which is kind of the only way that this venue works, in my opinion. If it was a bunch of blind rollovers, it'd be way too dangerous to compete on. But the big thing about it is every time that you hit an air on the Beck, it almost gets flatter with each transition of rock that you come down. So yeah, down here at the bottom, it's actually not anything like the top. After you ski the top, it feels pretty flat down there.
Yeah, the venue bending from the steepest at the top and then gradually mellowing out. And, you know, we could kind of see it in the body language from the snowboard men. The ramp up of intensity as it bends and gets a little bit less steep. And I remember hearing Raina Barkerhead talking about that a little bit. It's not that it isn't steep, it just isn't as steep as it was at the top. So talking about line selection here, a bunch of the riders getting a chance to look over the top for the first time. You were up there with them. Were some lines changed along the way?
Yeah, I think a lot of the people wanted to go more this looker's right side over the central and the Hollywood side of the face. And if you go up to the top there, it's one of the steepest things that I've ever gotten a chance to look down. And so it's really, really cool to watch everyone kind of go up there. And a lot of the boys went from being like, yeah, I'm going to go in the dog leg, I think. But I think that's a good call because as the sport changes, they do want to see tricks. And I think there's a lot more potential to do that over there. It's going to be interesting to see who's able to combine both those skills and do the tricks in the straight-up Gnar. I'm sure it's going to happen today.
Yeah, that said, we've just seen Victor Delarue throw a big 360 above the Hollywood and Gilles Voirol cliff. So I think we're going to see it as well. I'm looking forward to it and hope everyone's got it dialed in to get down safely.
All right, so as we see the crowd absolutely heaving here in Verbier, there's so many great opportunities to set yourself up on the edge of a cliff and watch the competition. We are live at the Yeti Extreme Verbier. It's 2024, the culmination of the Freeride World Tour season here. As you can see, our little perch coming into sight from the heli. Exciting moments here as we're just ramping up towards Ski Men. That helicopter, the Cineflex camera on the front of it. We got fondues, the ultimate picnic spot here in the Rockwell. The helicopter just showing us that there's so many people out here. The town of Verbier packed to the gills with freeride fans, and everybody was so excited. You know, we're walking to the lift at 6:45 this morning, and even then the vibe was just electric.
Yeah, it's always a good day out on the hill. You can guarantee a fantastic show from the Bec de Ross and the stacked field of riders we have today.
See Jeremy Bernard, one of the long-term photographers on the Freeride World Tour, capturing some of the most beautiful images around the world time after time after time. And he was stoked to be in the heli today because the shots they get out of that thing are just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's actually been a long time since the guys get to ski in front of the big drone. Big helicopter. Very exciting for them.
Do you find it off-putting, Andrew, when you're being chased by a heli as compared to a drone?
The drone is definitely a little bit less intimidating than the helicopter.
I can imagine.
Can we announce that?
Lots of different elements to play with.
Yeah, just look at this crowd down here. Like, if you ever get the chance to come to Verbier, you need to come and check this out in person. It totally changes your opinion on what these guys do. Like Victor's 360, scariest 360 in the world, opened up by Leo Slimit.
All right, well, you can see here we're dealing with a bit of flat light right now, and we want the riders to be able to see what they're doing. So we're just getting word from our communications team that we are going to go on a brief hold until 12:30 before we start dropping ski men. We want the light to be a little bit better for the riders to do their full dream lines. You can see the mountains of Chamonix behind the backdrop of this competition venue, second to none on the Freeride World Tour. Spectacular in every single direction. I can only imagine what it felt like to stand on the summit this morning.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever get the chance to go up there, it's definitely worthwhile. You got to be on your game to get down, though. There's no easy way off that mountain.
So are we signing off here?
Great. So the ski men are just having a few more minutes, extra 25 minutes to dial in their lines, looking down from the top.
All right, well, this is your opportunity to get yourself a beer or a hot chocolate or a coffee or whatever you like to join you to watch Freeride. We are going to be back here from the Yeti Extreme Verbier at 12:30. So keep an eye on the clock, keep an eye on your TV, and we're going to be back here. We're going on hold briefly while we wait for light, and we'll see you back here at 12:30. Welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are live at the Yeti Extreme Verbier. I'm Derek Foos, joined by Anna Smoothie and Freeride World Tour legend Andrew Pollard. We've got A-Paul in the booth calling ski men for us. A-Paul, we got a show lined up.
Yeah, I always like to say, open the Thunderdome. We're open for business. It's on right now. This is the big category. So what we all come to see is this big show on the back, dude. So excited to watch what they all put down. Hope everyone's smart, safe, and we have a good show.
Starting from the top of the Bec des Roses for the first time since 2018 with all riders in the male categories. Ran the ladies from the Petit Becs. They had their own entire mountain to shred. They put on a show, snowboard women and ski women. We wrapped up snowboard men, and then Anna, we've just been on a little bit of a break waiting for light hair.
Yeah, it has been a little bit grey bird, but now the sun is popping through. We're seeing a little bit more definition, seeing some of that Sahara sand. The African drums are beating, and we're building up for our ski men.
Exactly. They are the next category on deck. We had a little hold, but we are just about ready to go. We're going to take a look at the overall rankings in the ski men's category right now. It is all to play for with the title on the line. Max Hitzig has the lead, and it is a significant one. There is one option basically where it can go, the title can go to another rider, and that is Marcus Goguen. If Marcus wins and Max finishes off the podium, then he has a shot at the title. And for a man who is only his second year on tour, who's only 19 years old, that's a big deal. But winning on the Bec des Roses is no easy feat. You know, Marcus has never skied from the top. Neither has Max. Neither has anyone in this field. Christopher Turdell, Andrew, definitely the most experienced man in the category today, and he's within striking distance of moving up as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the old guy does for all of us on tour today. This is definitely a mountain that doesn't take much besides wisdom. Wisdom is super important on this thing. If you go in there ignorant, you're going to get absolutely played.
Yeah, and we don't want to see anybody getting played off the top of the Bec des Roses, but I feel like these guys, all the ski men, are capable of making good decisions. They're certainly riding within their ability. It's just that the envelope of their ability is so big.
Definitely, and I think that look from the top that they had on Wednesday has adjusted some line plans, and I think these guys are going to be skiing smart while also letting it loose.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here. You see the riders all getting themselves ready. We're going to have a quick look at our start list. This is going to be the order that the riders are dropping in today for the Yeti Extreme Verbier.
So, as before, we are running in reverse order of ranking. We do not actually have Carl Regner Eriksson in the gate. He is suffering a knee injury. So the first man in the gate is Oscar Mandin, followed by local boy Martin Bender, Vali Rayner out of Austria, Maxime Chablot of Switzerland, Finn Billis holding it down for the New Zealand crew, and Tenra Katsuno, who has assured us he will buckle up his helmet real tight, and then the wealth of experience from Christopher Turdell. Rounding off with Ben Riches, Marcus Goguen, followed by the man himself, our current leader, Max Hitzig.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Hitzig is going to put down on this face. If there was ever a rider that was built for this kind of thing, it's Hitzig. Fall line, full speed, big airs with tricks. There he is at the top. He's going to be the last man standing all by himself up there. It's got IFSA second run vibes after qualifiers when you're sitting in first place and you're the only one left up there.
Yeah, back in the States, you used to run last if you were in first place, so it added to the hype, added to the drama. So I'm excited they're doing it over here.
Yeah, it's going to build and build and build throughout the day. So as we said at the top of the show here, we only have 2 riders that are in contention for the world title. Whichever one of them takes it is going to be a new champion. Neither of these athletes have been champion before. Why don't you kind of run us through your thoughts here, Andrew, on the Iceman and the Troublemaker?
Well, both these guys, the first time that I watched them ski, I was pretty blown away by the ability that both of them had. Marcus skied something up in Whistler that broke the internet and knew who he was after that. And then Max Hitzig has one of the coolest stories ever from the Challengers. Got a wild card, got disqualified, bumped in the next day, won. So I think he's got more wins than anyone else has ever had in free skiing. And he's super consistent too, that's my biggest pride. And like, it's really cool to watch him be as consistent, but pushing it that much harder.
Yeah, I think he is such a surgeon when it comes to a free ride line. Everything is so precise and measured and just kind of on point. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I got the chance to follow him around Montafon this year, and it was probably one of my best days of the season, following Max off jumps all day. Really a cool experience.
And it's wild because you watch him ski in competition and it doesn't look that much different than when he's free skiing around his home resort in Montafon. We had a chance to catch up with Hitzig on his thoughts of dropping last today in the Yeti Extreme Verbier.
But this time I'm current leader, so I have to drop last in the ski man category. So I'm the last rider on the mountain of the day, and that's not really cool. I'm a bit scared of that, standing on top alone. But yeah, I will manage that and try to do a cool line, cool run.
Well, he's about the most understated guy on the entire Freeride World Tour. He's, you know, he said he is nervous about that. Being up there by yourself, I mean, how much does the camaraderie of the other riders play into the effect when you're up there ready to drop a comp line?
Yeah, I mean, it's the most important part. Like, if we didn't have good community up there, it would get really boring and really scary really quick. Like, all these guys are super good friends. They all want to see everyone do just as well as them. You can see Martin and Valet getting pumped up there for their run. And yeah, special group of people. I'm sure that weather hold for the last 30 minutes probably did everyone a little number. It's definitely a scary spot to stand, probably the worst face to have a weather hold on, but smart decision because we want that visibility to be good because this could be a pretty good show.
So what's your strategy if you have like a hold for a crash or a weather hold? How do you deal with that?
So shout out Oakley White Allen, a legend who's competed on this face before, has one of the fastest runs. I coached with him back in the States for a bit, and he was all about meditating and that mental game. And I think that mental game is equally as important as being strong. You know, otherwise the jocks would have taken me out a long time ago.
Yeah, it all comes down to mindset at the top of the competition venue, and this one more than ever as the mental side of this, riders balancing excitement and fear, wanting to put together a line that impresses the judges, but also wanting to be on their feet at the bottom. So here is what the fans thought. The Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites, 84% of you locking in a vote that Max Hitzig will be on the podium. 62% of you feeling pretty good about Marcus Gauguin, and 29% of you backing Maxime Chablot. He is the only one out of the three of them that has a win in the Extreme Verbier under his belt. That was from the Petit Bec. This is the top of the Bec des Rosses, a completely different beast.
Yeah, when we were up with Maxime the other day, when they said heli off the mountain, he wanted off the mountain immediately. This is some big terrain for him, so I'm really excited to see what he puts down.
Yeah, he definitely acknowledges that he's got brings more of the freestyle vibe, and this is a big mountain venue, so it'll be interesting to see if his line choice leans more towards that freestyle side of things.
Yeah, and it's fascinating chatting with Maxime Chablot because he says he's really afraid of heights, and I think that's wild as a professional freeride skier and a guy who spends a lot of time paragliding, which you're like the highest you could really be in the mountains, but it's something about the control that he said kind of brings the fear in this environment.
Yeah, it's a big face out there. Another person are these two young Kiwis. There's not that many mountains like this down in New Zealand that get this good of snow on it, so excited to see what the Style Masters bring.
Absolutely, yeah. Ben Richards coming fresh off a win in Fieberbrunn with that high speed, high intensity, high octane run, and his very first win on the Freeride World Tour. I asked him if he was feeling confident coming off that win, and he was like, well, yeah, it was great to win, but this is so different from that confidence isn't exactly the emotion that he's feeling in the moment in the start gate on the Bec des Rosses, but all of these riders very well capable. It's an interesting dynamic that we've got in the ski men. It's been a big turnover over the last 2 years. You know, you talked about Christopher holding it down for the more experienced riders, and I'll be curious to see how that experience plays out on this face. We saw snowboard men with Jonathan Penfield, the most experienced rider in the field, dominating. I mean, he really put down such a strong performance, and I'll be curious to see what are your thoughts on that? You think Turdell's got this one?
Oh man, I hope everyone got this one, man. These are all my friends too. I look up to a lot of these kids a lot, and Turdell, of course, and man, I just want everyone to get down on 2 feet and celebrate and have a beer at the bottom.
Yeah, leave it in the judges' hands.
Yep. It's going to be a good day if the scoring's hard. Hopefully those judges have to work for it.
Yeah, you can see our Alpina spectator zone just heaving down there. The locals coming out in droves to watch the Yeti Extreme Verbier all over the cliff sides. Andrew, you said your dad was posted up with Dion Newport and the local crew fondueing on the slope side?
Yeah, they're fondueing. It's my dad's first time here. Got to watch me forerun. Really special. Shout out to all the parents out there that help support all these freeride kids live their dream, because without you, Pops, definitely wouldn't have gotten to ski that run today.
Big shout out to all the Freeride family, the moms and dads, getting the kids to the resort, showing them the love of skiing and making it all happen.
Yeah, and the coaches too on the junior series. So many of these riders have come up through junior freeride, honing their competition skills, and then for a lot of them, a real short stint on the qualifiers before bumping into the Freeride World Tour and really holding their own. We talked about that rapid turnover that we've seen in the last couple of years to a much younger average age on the tour, and I'd say ski men maybe more than any other category really showing that switch over. And we're going to see today, we're getting word that we're just under a minute away from our very first rider as that camera pulls back and shows you the entire picture of the Bec des Rosses. Andrew, you stood up there short hours ago. Describe the intimidation of standing on the summit.
Yeah, that shot really puts it all into perspective. You can't see Oscar anymore in that gate up there. It is way bigger than it looks. I was pretty gassed and tired at the bottom of my run. So yeah, it's a big beast. It's really cool though, because it's never been a contest against the people, but a contest against the mountain. So really special.
Yeah, there's 600 meters of vertical drop here on the Bec des Rosses, and compared to a lot of the other competition areas that we have, it's more like 400 meters, so that's pretty significant.
You could fit all the other venues inside of this space.
Well, here we have our first man in the start riding out of Avoriaz. That is Oscar Mandin, the Frenchman. He has been on fire this year. He goes all or nothing, and there's his dad. I don't know who is more nervous, if it's Oscar's dad or Oscar in the start gate. That's, you know, you talked about the freeride parents, the heart just sitting in your throat as you wait for your child to put down a run, first of all, that they can be proud of, but first and foremost, to be safe from the top of this thing to the bottom. And all we want for all these athletes is to be skiing through that finish arch and feeling good about what they did.
Looks like he is getting himself mentally prepared in the start gate there, Oscar. He is a really experienced competitor, has spent a lot of time on the FWQ before he joined us here on the Freeride World Tour. And I think he's going to be going pretty bananas today.
Going bananas with Legoria, the local freeride crew, getting behind all the athletes and especially their own. As you can see, that start gate, it's a lonely spot up there. There's not a lot of room even to click into your skis, looking over the edge and just getting the nerves firing as the NAR looms underneath you. The drone's in the air, the heli's in the air, the skis are clicked on. We are 10 seconds away from starting ski men off with a bang with Oscar Mandin. He stands on the podium regularly, and when he doesn't, it's fireworks anyway. Oscar Mandin, the first man out of the gate for ski men. Yeti Extreme Verbier underway.
And he's heading down the Lookers Right Ridge, trying to find his entrance there, skiing quickly down. There's a little keyhole entrance into the face here.
So he actually took the more aggressive entrance off the top there. When we were all standing there the other day, those were two of the scariest turns that I thought you could make. Doing really quick work of it too. That is so steep up there, so gnarly.
Yeah. Oscar bringing an aggressive approach to this rider's left part of the very top of the Bec. You cannot overstate how steep this is as he is making his way down into the Xavier Delerue cliff and landing it perfectly. Oscar Mandin with a huge statement as the first rider out of the gate.
Carrying a bunch of speed out of there. And he's not done yet. He's lining up another feature with a big backy, landing it clean.
Yeah, beautiful skiing out of Oscar so far on this run. He's definitely taking that more lookers right approach at the bottom. There's a lot of good features over here, a lot of good takeoffs. Definitely some potential for some tricks.
So a bit of a setup move there for Oscar as he gets lined up above this big block of rock. Tossing a backflip, comes around, a little bounce, but he's up and clean. And look at what he did that above. Oscar Mandin backing himself over the exposure.
Unbelievable, carrying so much pace out of that super aggressive run.
Wow, that was a beautiful run for the kid. These Europeans, they grow up wanting to do this event, and to put down a run like that, your first time skiing from the top, I'm sure he's over the moon.
Oh yeah, now we heard from, well, you yourself as the forerunners, that this big basin at the bottom, the snow's a little bit weird and there's opportunity, but Oscar, no problem managing it, keeping his skis in the fall line. He's through the arch. Yes! The crowd going wild and Oscar going just as wild.
Yes! Yes!
Loves the enthusiasm. A big hug.
All right, Andrew, let's start at the top. Oscar Mandin, you said the more aggressive entrance right off the top. It's so steep, and the judges' bars really showing how maxed out that line was.
Yeah, if you could look at that from a wide angle, it's probably one of the worst places on the planet that you could fall. And then, yep, going off the Victor de la Rue cliff, taking a little bit of a variation, going skiers left of the way that Victor hit it, I believe. But yeah, then coming over to Trickland and a perfect little whack flip off of that one. Yeah, I think very great line. Barely holding on to that landing off the Leo Slemet cliff. They might dock him a little bit for control there for not a super clean landing. But man, he's going to be stoked. Really proud of this kid for putting down such a good run.
Yeah, big air out the bottom, and then right here, he's just pinned in the fall line, making sure he stays strong, stays over his feet, and gets through that finish. And his reaction just told the whole story. That the adrenaline buildup all the days beforehand. And you can hear the crowd behind him, the score coming in. It's a 90 for the first rider out of the gate, Oscar Mandin, with a huge
Let's go, les
run.
boys! Présente-toi! Yes!
He loves it.
So excited. He forgot that he should sit in the hot seat right now.
Yeah, exactly. Oscar's going to go say hello to all his friends. Well, what a start here to ski men at the Yeti Extreme Verbier. Now we are going straight back up to the top. This local has burst onto the Freeride World Tour. He had a tough start and then put himself on the podium in Georgia. This is Martin Bender, and he is on course in his backyard.
And taking some serious speed as he enters, heading over to the lookers left of the venue. Making his way around the ridge there.
Yeah, looking like he's going to go over to this one that Craig Murray and Marcus opened up a couple years ago, and we saw John Powell going left side 3 off the top. Really hard to do that on an obtuse takeoff. Perfect landing. Cruising down, he's going to come up and over the dogleg here, and now is onto the next part of the face. Big transition over that ridge.
Yeah, handling it cleanly. A great start from Martin Bender, that 360 in the exposure, and it's no let up in the steepness as Martin making his way across. Perfect airplane turn there on that right foot, just trying to get all the way across, and there's nothing easy below him. You can see the exposure as Martin makes his way into the central. There's so with another huge 360.
720. Yeah, from the dog. Unfortunately not coming clean on that one, but wow, talk about the progression of the sport. Craig Murray did a 360 off that a couple of years ago, not too long, 2018. One of the biggest moves on the Beck, biggest trick, and to see the kids come now and do 7s off the same thing, absolutely insane.
Unbelievable. Talk us through the replay here, Andrew.
So replay here, this is that Craig Murray 3 where he went for the 7. Actually got pretty good pop, but I think he just over-rotated a little bit. And the thing about that is it's a little bit flat. I remember when Craig hit it, you could just see those double brown cans smashing into the ground. Yeah, pretty flat landing off of that one. Gutted for the kid, but man, you guys should follow this kid. Like, one of the best kids around here. Always excited when I come to Verbier and get to see Martin.
The future is bright. Going for a cork 7 on the Bec des Roses. Unbelievable. The progression that we're seeing in all the categories. We saw the double backflip go down earlier in ski women. Martin going there for a cork 7. He's collected his gear. Looks like he's all right. I mean, setting that 7 off an air that big on something so steep, it's kind of anybody's guess of how quickly the ground's going to fall away from you.
Yeah, and it's actually a hard part about the Beck is I think a lot of people, we talk about how steep it is. If you go the wrong direction off of some of these airs, it's actually really flat. Like, you still have to correct and make sure your panels line up. But yeah, Martin giving the salute to the Gory out in the crowd. I'm sure those kids love him either way, and yeah, we'll make big party. Look at them all.
They sure do.
Crash, stomp, go huge. They're here.
The Gorilles are here for it. Martin Bender into the finish, pumping out into the flats. He's going to share a big hug and a high five with Oscar. Well, we were worried they weren't going to let the Gorilla into the finish line. Happy to see they did.
The Gorilla did not get the memo.
All right, well, Martin wrapping up his run and definitely putting on a show for the crowd and the fans with a huge move on the Beck. Anna, what this category is just outrageous.
Yeah, they've had fireworks straight out of the gate, but I'm happy to see that everyone's, I mean, we saw a crash, but it didn't scare us. He had it under control. These kids are doing some smart riding, and I think there's more fireworks to come.
Oh, yeah. We are back up to the top with the reigning Freeride World Tour champion, peak performance and Scott rider, Vali Rayner. He won the title last year. This year, he's been bouncing around. Not quite the same level of consistency that we saw. Best result, a 4th at the second event in Kicking Horse. And he is another rider who is feeling kind of a mixed bag of fear and excitement coming into this run. There's the man in the hot seat, Oscar Mandin, with a banging run to kick things off. He's got those custom skis, and the Kitty Cats making their way onto the skis. You love to see this level of stoke from Oscar.
He is delighted, and we're just getting word that we're waiting for a little bit of better light so that we have good visibility for these riders. You can see some of the competitors up on the ridge there, scoping it out. They're up in the sun, but the face is looking a little dark at the moment.
Yeah, so a brief hold while we wait for light. Andrew, describe on this face specifically how important the good light is.
Yeah, there's no trees over in Europe, turns out. So for all you North American skiers that love skiing in the trees, that makes it pretty nice when it's like this. If it's gray in Europe, you can't see anything. Those transitions, the bumps, the whoops, like you get played. Me and Cami Armand on the groomer today almost both took slams on the way down here because we couldn't see anything.
Yeah, the flat light definitely playing a factor here. So we're going to wait it out until the riders can see as well as they feel that they need to. This a big part of the decision in the riders' hands that's in the gate. When they feel they can see well enough to go, then they will drop. So Vali Rayner, the next guy to go, and we will wait for him to give the nod that he feels he can see well enough. It's kind of rapidly evolving weather here. We've got some high cloud that's been in and out a little bit, and with the ski and snowboard women over on the Petit Bec, it's a little bit brighter. Snowboard men, sorry, especially the later half of the field, definitely getting into some of that darker light, which is what ended up putting us on hold before ski men. So Oscar's going to have to wait to see what Vali does.
Yeah, really smart call by the organization to let the riders decide if it's good enough. It's really, really cool of them to do that. It's horrible when you have to drop into something that you don't feel fully confident or you can't see.
And also when there's a little inconsistency within one competitive field. Like when the first riders hop out of the gate in decent light and the last riders have to battle with flat light, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, so these heaving Verbier crowds are going to have to wait a little bit longer, as are you at home, as are we sitting here for the next couple of riders to go. But they are stacked up, racked up, and ready. The fans absolutely loving it. This village of Verbier absolutely packed to the gills with people. Everybody here for the same reason, to watch the Yeti Extreme Verbier dropping from the top for the first time in a long time. And I love how I don't know if they did this on purpose, but the angle of the start gate matches perfectly the angle of the mountain as it falls away. It looks like a natural extension of the top of the summit.
There's not a lot of space up there, just squeezing in that start gate. And Andrew, we were speaking before about some of the flat landings that are hidden on this face. What does that mean as a freeride competitor when you have a steep takeoff and a flat landing? How do you adjust for that?
Yeah, so as I was trying to explain earlier, it seems like every cliff that you hit on this face, it goes into a flatter and flatter panel of snow. You can kind of see how it's like a crashing wave from this angle right here. Every cliff that you hit, it actually gets flatter, and there's almost sort of wind deposits that come around the rocks. And if you come at those at the wrong angle, it's like landing in a parking lot, even though it's a 45-degree slope.
Yeah, it definitely has a little bit of a perception issue because you look at it from the bottom and it just looks dead steep everywhere. But there are lots of little kinks and changes in the aspect and the direction that the slopes are facing. So you can see back there in the mountains of Chamonix, the sky back there clear. We're waiting for that clear sky to make its way over to Verbier to get above the Bec de Ross so the riders can see properly Valley Rainer in the gate. This must be just a roller coaster for him standing in that start gate just waiting.
Yeah, but it's good that it's up to him kind of making the call a little bit. It's really important that they do that for these athletes. When I dropped this morning, the light for Leo was actually pretty bad. And then within the next 5 minutes, it totally changed and got a little bit better. So there's definitely windows coming through, and it's definitely better at moments than others. So
there we see the CEO, founder of the Freeride World Tour, Nicholas Hale-Woods, looking to the sky. They're waiting to make these calls, you know, and the stress on the organization committee as well, you know, waiting for light, waiting for the right snow conditions. Obviously, we're coming off a tough year here last year in the Extreme where we tried to go. It was too stormy. Then we tried again and had the face peeled off by a couple of big avalanches that were controlled by bombs. A lot of stress goes into organizing these events.
Yeah, and it's really cool because as you do it more and more, you realize that they do have your best interests in their pocket. And like Nicholas is just as stressed about the light right now as those competitors up top. He's probably the only one that's as stressed as them. Yeah, grateful for the crew.
For sure, yeah. The work that goes on behind the scenes at these events is just almost insurmountable. There's such a big crew of people working tirelessly from, you know, before the sun comes up to long after the sun goes down every day. The amount of logistics that goes into pulling off an event like this is just incredible. So yeah, big shout out to all the staff involved for, you know, making us sound and look good as well as the riders and putting together this beautiful viewing area.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. You've got the ops guys who camp out at night to make sure the equipment doesn't get damaged by the weather, the comms team that are staying up late to get all the good information out to you folks at home. It's really limitless, the amount of effort that goes into this.
Big operation. A lot of moving parts.
Well, you see the overhead view. There's a number of spots that that spectators can come and view from, and the locals have their little perches all dialed in. And you know, we saw before, your dad's out there with the fondue set up, and all of these people just looking for the big show. There's a night. There we go. We got a fondue going. The Swiss, I think, reigning world champions of the World Championship of fonduing. So they know how to do it right here up in the mountains. These things are sort of portable. Some big backpacks required to get that gear up here on the slopes.
That's all Kiwis cooking cheese there, though, so we don't know how well that's going.
They're probably doing it wrong. I'm not sure if they've rubbed the garlic in exactly the right manner, but I'm sure they're having a delicious time on the side of the slopes there.
The whole New Zealand Junior Freeride Tour pretty much runs on that little nook of people right there.
All right, we are going to head down into the finish area to have a quick catch-up with the man in the hot seat. He was the first rider out of the gate. Oscar Mandan, describe that run to us. It looked like you were having a blast out there.
Oh yeah, it was I think one of the hardest comp I ever had. Like waiting so much at the top, on the top of the Bec de Ross. It's not like waiting like in another comp. It's you are going on your first top Bec de Ross and you are waiting so many hours. You have your line, your run in your head, and you're like, when I'm going to start, I was the first to drop, and I tried to keep in my run and not going out of my head. Okay, I can watch my run. I think the condition was better than I expected. It was like slushy snow, spring snow, and it was all good to ski. So yeah, I think I had a little back seat at the bottom, which is why I only have 19, no, I'm joking. But yeah, I'm super stoked to be at the bottom. And now all my thoughts are for my colleagues up there. Guys, if you hear me, just enjoy your run. It's gonna be good, guys. And we're gonna all be safe at the bottom together, having some beers.
Oscar, you're one of only 2 skiers to successfully land that Xavier de la Rue cliff. What went into the scoping of that and the decision to get out there and send that one?
You know, I was so disappointed of myself from Fieberbrunn. I really wanted to show what I was capable of. And if you look correctly, I didn't really take the de la Rue. I'm like slightly Lucas right, so maybe if nobody already eat this one, we can give it my name. Yes, it's not too bad.
So Oscar, any shout outs you want to give maybe to your cats back at home? Are they watching?
Yeah, of course my cats are watching. I have my mom watching at home as well. She couldn't be there today, so all my love is with her, and for my cats, of course. You can see them on the screen. And yeah, all my photos are for my friends from Morzine as well. I know they're watching, so I'm pretty stoked.
So stoked for you, Oscar. Big ups.
And Oscar, have you ridden the Bec de Ros in your free time before?
Yes, I went like a few days after the Verbier Pro, but I was in the Central Couloir, what was my initial plan was. And so I didn't, I went to the top just to get the feeling, but it's nothing compared to what we had today. I almost threw up so many times at the top. I was so stressful, so stressful.
All right, thank you, Oscar. Enjoy your time in the Dynastar hot seat there. You're going to wait for your compatriots up top to do their thing, but you're sitting pretty on a 90-point run for the first time down the back. An incredible achievement. Congratulations so far as we wait for Vali Rayner up at the top to see exactly what he's going to do. Still waiting on the little bit of flat light, Andrew. You know, it's so important. You said it's nice that it's a little bit in the rider's hands to decide when to go, and we're desperately hoping that these high clouds are going to clear out and give us a nice clean sky so the riders can do their thing.
Yeah, if you're up home right now, get up off your chair, do a little sun dance, raise the roof, blow up in the air a couple times. We need it to clear. It looks like there's a little pocket coming now, but yeah, I want to get this show done. I want to get those boys down off the top of there. I'm sure they want to get down too, obviously.
Yeah, anxious moments as we're waiting, but it does feel like it's brightening a little bit. We'll see what Vali Rayner makes of it.
Yeah, and you could hear it in Oscar's description. I mean, those guys have been up there for ages. Like, we went on weather hold or this flat light hold as soon as the snowboard men wrapped up. They were flown up there on the original schedule, so they've been sitting up there for a while, and the stress and the nerves just building as there's no room, there's nowhere to stand up there where you're not looking down something heinous, whether it's the front or the back or both sides. It just drops away in every direction. So a hard place to keep your head right.
Yeah, and I think just the biggest thing with all of that is, like, when I used to come and compete here, you'd come off the tram and immediately your stomach would fall for the rest of the week that you're here waiting to ski the Bec. I was Marcus's roommate right now, and definitely did some heaves this morning as he was waking up.
Yeah, he was a little quiet this morning. I think the nerves are really coming into it.
Yeah, there's so many angles that the nerves are coming at you too. You want to do well in the comp, you know, you want to do well in the overall, but you still have to ski off the summit of this beast before any of that other stuff can happen. And you can see the riders there, they're trying to keep their legs warm, just keeping moving as best they can while we wait out these high clouds. The light right now too flat for the riders to drop, so we're on a brief hold, hoping it's going to brighten up enough that they feel that they can get it done. Safety, the absolute paramount factor in all of this, and if you can't see where you're going on this face, it's not safe enough to run. So we're giving the riders every opportunity, and we'll wait it out. Oscar down there just catching up. There's his dad. Got to be a huge relief for both generations of Mandins as they are catching up in the finish line right now. Oscar and Martin Bender, the only two riders from the ski men's category to get on the face. Just waiting here for things to brighten up.
And I am sure those two are very happy that they are at the bottom.
Indeed.
definitely not the most jealous of these boys up top right now. It's kind of that type 3 fun we were talking about earlier. It's not fun, and then you look back at it and there's some weird, twisted party that somehow likes it. Rene Barkert could probably write a book about those feelings.
Yeah, exactly. The fear and the adrenaline and the nerves and the excitement all blending together in this stew that just makes so many of these riders sick to their stomachs until they get to the bottom. See the judges, they're ready. All of them lined up and ready for the riders to put on a show. All of these people have gathered here today for the Yeti Extreme Verbier. We've been running from different starts for the last few years. We've had a couple goes on the Petit Bec. We've had a couple goes from the bench at the top of the dog leg, as well as from the top of the central couloir. You've started from a few of those spots, but never from the top, Andrew.
Yeah, never from the top. I was talking to Ben about it a little bit earlier too, and he was saying it's like get into the thing and then start your comp run. And I think a lot of the way that freeride skiing's been going, we're so used to jumping and boosting right off the top. Like you look at Georgia, people were just going off the top huge. And this is just a different beast. You kind of have to get yourself into the maze that's the top of this mountain. And like any way that you want to get in is very unmellow.
I think the Bec de Ros requires a little humility at the top.
Maximum.
Some, maximum humility and cautious riding until you know you're in the zone where you can open her up.
Yeah, and that statement may be all the more impressive what Oscar did with the aggression that he came through, a difficult notch at the top, and then he was on it right from the get-go. And it may not have been in the air at the top, but even just the way he was moving on his skis, it showed so much intent and aggression. And to have that mindset right out of that start gate is really, really impressive.
Yeah, and I think the smartest decision from Oscar is that he went into the Nar up top, and then the actual second part of that run is actually really fun. If I was going to go and ski the Bec for a good time, like those bottom hits are my favorite zone to ski. I got to ski over there my first season here, and that's such fun. Fun, really usable terrain. The top and the middle, I've talked to Tabke a lot about this. It's a big old pile of rocks, and it's very, very unusable.
Well, we've heard from some of the riders, even just the route finding in that section, because all of the landmarks kind of look the same. There's so many rocks up there, and riders having to make sure they navigate in the right direction, because a mistake in angle or route has serious consequences on this face. As we see Vali Rayner, the reigning freeride world champion in ski men, is in the gate. We've just been on a little bit of a hold, waiting for the light. The heli's circling around. He's ready, trying to put himself in the right mindset. We're just getting a call that he is 30 seconds away from dropping, so we're just about to see Vali light it up here on the back, Anna.
Can't wait to see what he's got in store for us. He's a really confident rider in technical terrain, so I think he's going to put something special together.
Well, Vali last year delivering just such consistency. Valentin Rayner, here we go, sitting in 8th overall on the Freeride World Tour. He is the reigning champion, and while he's not in contention for the title today, a title on the Bec de Ros means almost as much to these riders. As Vali now going through those final mental and physical preparations to kick things off, a little bit of a chest pound.
Let's get it. Dropping out of the start gate there, heading down into the dog's leg. Just keeping some composure there as he finds his way through.
Yep, and coming over here looking like he's going past the Rhine cliff. Gonna go get a piece of this Craig Murray Marcus Eder side hit. Also a very fun looking feature from the top. And with the 360 to the left side, whoa, a little bit of a back slap, but regains control.
Impressive recovery there. He's making his way over into the dog's leg couloir.
And you can see him passing one of the members of the safety team. There's doctors, patrollers, guides, and ski dudes all over, but they're doing their best to stay out of the rider's way.
Tidy air there as he makes his way over to the looker's right.
Oh, and we got another contender for the money booter.
Yeah, all the way across for Vali Rayner with a 360, holding on. Perfect landing in the fall line. Now Vali just trying to control the speed on that right foot as he gets all the way across. A great entrance into that area for Vali Rayner.
Yep, and there's a cool little double here off the first piece and off the second one. Same one as John Powell.
Going huge
Beautiful
there.
landing, coming out hot. He's done. That's his first time he's ever dropped in on the Beck, and he's got to be feeling excited after that one. Couple little control issues, but some really fine skiing from the guy.
And especially after such a long hold, and you can see, I mean, he's been straight lining for ages, and the finish line is still so far away. The size of this competition venue, absolutely enormous, as Valle now down and through the arch, wrapping up his first trip down the back from the summit. Great run there from the Peak Rider.
Yeah, buddy. What a run. Nice run. Congrats.
All right, Andrew, we go back up to the top. Valle entering with a very solid start to this run.
Yep, and then just gets wheelied and does the best thing. Ski coaches were proud, got on the outside edge instead of the inside one. If you go inside edge up here, you will carl yourself, and you are not slowing down. And then, yeah, let's check out this one. Craig Murray hit, nice big setup, really big 360, nice and smooth. See, a little flat in that landing there, I think, but holding on to it super good. You can see those skis just flapping on down through that chunder.
Yeah, Valle benefiting from all the time in the weight room preseason on that landing as he is in the finish line, tongue out. Just trying to get enough oxygen in to replace what he just burned up. An 82.33, so Valle Rayner into the 80s. That run of Oscar Mandans holding off a big challenge from the reigning freeride world champion. Valentin Rayner going to make his way off to the side with a very, very strong campaign on the Bec des Roses. We go straight back up to the top. Here's the standings now as Valle slots in front of Martin Bender. And as we said before, Carl Regner Eriksson unfortunately not taking the start as we are back up to the 2021 Freeride World Champion. That is Maxime Chablot, and he is ready to start his run here from the top of the Bec.
He's also our defending event champion here in the Extreme Verbier. So he is making his way into the Dogsleg Couloir, cruising past the Rayner Cliff.
And I know it looks pretty mellow from this angle up here, but you have no idea how insane it is to make turns through that pocket.
Well, one thing that really tells the tale is how much higher his right foot is than his left foot. They're standing on such a steep, exposed section. Maxime airing into that pocket with a 360, and now he's just got to manage the speed.
Nice little 360 there, got a little bit of a cork to it, which we haven't seen off the top yet. And now he's transferring his way over into the Dogleg Couloir. Super steep in there, everything looks the same.
Finding his next features, putting together some lefts and rights, catching some air time there, and just keeping that speed under control.
Yeah, you can't really put your skis in the fall line unless you're willing to let go all the way, because the speed will get away from you so quickly. Maxime really technical now, coming across this enormous one, and with a 360 lands again clean.
Getting a lot of play on that cliff today. Lots of riders hitting that one and tricking it.
You're an influencer, Craig Murray. They love your line. So yeah, he's going to come over here. Looks like nice little 360 up onto that. Good use of it. Kind of skipped the cliff, though, but then coming into this bottom one. One last air, and he is out the bottom.
Yeah, big, clean run there from Maxime Chablot. Hands in the air. He is going to be stoked with that run, top to bottom. Some really technical sections, adding the freestyle elements. All the boxes ticked there for Chablot. He is making his way down across the flats now. This snow is quite crusty. I'm happy to see, well, I'm not even going to say anything until he's through the arch, but I feel like he is almost there as he crosses under. Yeah, happy to see that the snow snakes have not been active in that section. As Max popping off the Yeti cooler into the finish, and he is done with a smile on his face.
Yeah, such a cool feeling to come down and have your friends there. This top three was pretty sick. But yeah, similar landing where they get bucked to their tails a little bit, and if you don't get over that ski, you're pretty doomed on this face. So yeah, getting kind of hung up through there, but still enough time to set the 360. It went a little bit bigger, I dare say, than some of those other guys. And yeah, you can just see those skis. It was good snow, but it definitely looks like it's getting a little bouncy in some of those outruns.
Yeah, kind of dense. Maxime going 270 and then right into the fall line to hit his lower feature. Such strong control and an early takeoff, which allows him to connect with the transition of that. Maxime Chablot definitely showing he did his homework on the scoping of that one.
Did his homework and really delivered, putting his mind over matter. He was anxious about competing on this face today, so I'm thrilled to see him put a run down onto his feet.
Merci maman, merci papa, merci Sacha de m'avoir monté au sommet. Légende.
Score dropping in for Chablot. It's an 83, so he moves himself into second just behind Oscar Mandin, and that's another huge one for Oscar to have behind him to continue his reign in the Dynastar hot seat here in Verbier. There are no breaks. We've got the light right now, so we are going to run them as soon as possible. We are straight back up to the top. This man is oozing style. He's got such a great spirit. The freeride spirit, I think, alive and well in Finn Bilous. Standing on the top, a couple of final breaths as he readies himself for his first trip off the summit, as it is for the entire field here. And Finn Bilous now dropping in on the back.
Dropping in and heading off down towards the lookers right of the venue. A super spicy entrance, looking really confident as he skis down the ridge.
Yeah, and the judges are definitely going to like this going into this other more exposed side of the face. As we saw in Fieberbrunn, they want to see the big mountain skiing on these big mountain venues, so pretty smart for Finn to get on in there.
Yeah, he was saying earlier during face check that he just felt like he kind of had to go over there to give the Beck its due. He wanted to be into the heart of it, and that is exactly where Finn Bilous is sitting now. As we pull back the camera view, you can see what he's traversing above, airing off that little blade feature with a nice turn. The slough ripping down as Finn Bilous just into the heart of the Bec des Roses.
And managing to handle that slough, looking pretty fluid through the central here.
Yeah, that's a scary place to make some turns because it's all exposed. You can't really see from the wide angle, but there's a huge cliff that runs all the way across that.
There she blows, coming in on the Hollywood. Huge
First
360.
That is, Andrew, you just said a world's first. Finn Bilous tossing a 360 off the Hollywood and landing absolutely perfectly. Now picking up a gut full of speed, white rooming himself. Hopefully he can still see where he's going.
Taking that one super deep, carrying so much speed here. Another 3. Cross court, so smooth from Finn Bilous.
Wow, well, Finn Bilous coming from that slope style background, but he's got a whole bunch of freeride experience, and he just put it all to use on the Beck. An incredible display of skiing there for Finn. Hand in the air, he's going to be elated.
Yeah, that was a special one to see. I've been waiting for that for a long time. Ross Tester and I used to joke about spinning the Hollywood. He thought it went, I didn't. And Finn just proved that it goes. Coming in switch like always. Legend. Kiwis rejoice.
We are rejoicing. So talk us through this replay.
Yeah, so up at the top there, that air, it's only 5 feet tall, but man, it's a scary one. You do not want to fall. And then he actually got quite a bit of slough moving here. Really, really hard to come back across your slough like that. You can see him kind of get white room there. But yeah, I hit the Hollywood this morning, and man, there's no way I would have 360'd that, and it was sick and perfect, and it's done. That's progression right there. And the bottom one was insane, too. Look at him pop off the tails. That was nuts.
It looked like coming across on that left foot that it was kind of bouncing him, and the little wind feature before looked like it might have bounced him out of balance, but instead of getting freaked out or pushed out of balance, instead he just did a perfect cork 3. So Finn Bilous just showing every little bit of skill that he's got. He is in the finish and stoked to be there. Now the judges get to work. Oscar Mandin's run, a huge one, but Finn Bilous definitely laying down a statement on the Beck with a world's first, and the score is coming in, and it's going to be huge. A 93.33 for Finn Bilous. Incredible run from the Kiwi. What a fantastic showing here on the Bec des Roses.
That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. That was proper.
I hope the Bilous fam are tuning in and going nuts right now. You can hear the Goree Bringing the heat.
Everybody loved that. So here we go. This is where we sit right now in the rankings. Finn Billis on top, Oscar Mandin in second, and then Valley Rayner just behind in third place. Or sorry, Maxime Chablot in third place. But we are straight back up. Tenla Katsuno, the young Japanese rider out of Niseko, delivering some of the most memorable performances in his rookie season on the tour, and he is going out with a bunch of speed right off the summit.
In this super steep area, also heading over towards the ridge on the lookers left of the venue. He assured us he's buckled up his helmet for this run, so should come down with all of his equipment.
Yeah, and he's taken another play for this, what I'll call the jib line almost, if there is a jib line on the back. Same thing, 360 down the pipe, and Yao gaining control.
But getting almost a little high-sided there as he makes his way into the dogleg.
That ski guy just lost some years off there. Like, whew.
Yeah, he just got his feet back under him. That was cat-like reflexes for Tenla as he's now making his way back across towards... Oh, no, he's redirecting again. So Tenla now finding his way through this couloir. You can see the snow is changing a little bit as we make our way through the day. This skinny little entrance, Andrew, you called it, Craig Murray, inspiring. Most of these riders have been watching past competitions with a backflip.
Takes it huge.
Somehow he has a way of landing those things that you think he's never going to land, and he just gets away with it, man. One of the funnest skiers to watch, and one of the nicest guys.
Absolutely, a pleasure to be around. Every time you get a chance to spend time with Tenla, he's just, he's kind of bubbling with free ride joy. Another big air on the lower section, a little bit backseat, now just pinning it into the fall line, and Tenla wrapping it up. Wow, well, we are seeing a few riders take on pretty much the same line there out there on the right-hand side. The dogleg, Craig Murray, Marcus Eder, inspired. And why wouldn't you be inspired by that? It definitely seems to be working out for these athletes.
Yeah, and you're also inspired by it because it's the only one you can see from the top that looks appealing. Money booter!
All right, well, Tenla Katsuno wrapping up his day on the back.
Oh, proud of you.
With a big hug there from Finn Billis. We go back up to the top. Andrew Pollard, run us through this.
Crazy takeoff there. Super steep if you guys spin. And then just full cowboy here out the bottom. And look at him almost going to the ski guide. Wow. Pulling it together, though, and then resetting right here. And then maintaining his composure for the rest of the run, but you can see there's hidden sharks everywhere on this face. Like, you come over a roll and he smoked one right there. And then just lining up big old backy here.
Enormous.
And then look at this, dude. So flat, gets smushed, but somehow rides away.
So a bit of a backseat landing maybe, hidden a little bit by the clouds.
Yeah, you could see on the judges' bars there, the control is going to be docked a little bit. He had that complete rodeo ride, full stage 3 there as the head touches the ground on that final air. You know, you called it earlier, Andrew, some of these landings a little bit flatter than maybe the rider's expecting when they get into the air.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the biggest thing about this face. Like, win, lose, we're all celebrating here now. It's the back.
Thank you, arigato.
All smiles in the finish for Tenla Katsuno. So 69.67, dropping him into 5th. The judges having their say perfection is what they're looking for, and especially when you're comparing against what Finn Billis did, where it was just letter perfect top to bottom. That's what it's going to take. This is a man who is certainly capable of delivering perfection on the Bec des Roses. He's got a couple of world titles under his belt. He's got a win on the Bec. Peak performance rider Christopher Turdell now dropping in for the Yeti Extreme Verbier.
And not surprised to see him working his way down towards the right to the spicy entrance here.
Yep, and like I said again, going that skier's right way versus where Finn just went, incredibly intimidating. It's the scariest 2 turns I've seen in a long time, and just making it look like it's nothing.
Just silky smooth turns through this super rocky and super exposed area.
Christopher Turdell with surgical precision. You can see the slough moving behind him, but he's keeping himself at a pace where it's not catching up, and now lining himself up over the Xavier Delarue, taking it absolutely huge, landing perfect, and now Christopher Turdell just looking to control the speed. He's got it under control immediately. Absolute precision here from the Swedish master.
360 there. Brings it down the 4 line. He's just managing to make this run look easy when it's absolutely outrageous.
Got the grab. And yeah, he's coming over more on this looker's right side. Like I said, this terrain is really, really fun. Coming into this Leo Slemmet cliff. My odds are we will probably see some upside down action from the man. And yeah, there we go. Big back slap.
Not a clean landing though. So disappointing.
Oh, and you can see Christopher Turdell, the body language there. He is upset as he just got bucked coming out of that backflip now over the rocks. And Christopher Turdell now down into the belly of the beast. Oh, and just getting a little bit inside there. I think maybe a bit rattled after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that run was looking easy until it wasn't.
Yeah, and really big props for going off the big side of the Zov cliff. Like, that's a super gnarly air. We all joke about that one being the gnarliest one on the face. And a shame for Turdell today for going down, but probably a good thing for the fans, because I'm sure he'll probably keep competing on this thing until he wins it. So, yeah, you might get more Turdell. If he would have won, he would have retired with all the other guys. But
yeah, Christopher.
I bet he'll be back.
Christopher is going to have some hunger there as he comes through the finish. The crowd loving it, but Turdell unfortunately not having his day.
That's why I'm not a betting man, because my money was probably on him today to win the things. I think a lot of us were.
Well, let's look back, Andrew. This top part was just so perfect. Coming into the really difficult section.
Yeah, just super gnarly there at the top. There's so much rock below you. None of it's clean if you fall, and just making it look like it's nothing. So smooth there. That's where he shines. Then, yeah, again, the big Zov cliff into the looker's left side from where Oscar went. That's a big air. I think Mikkel is the only one that hit it before. And yeah, coming over here. Turdell actually never really does 360s, so pretty sick to see him spin a 3 right there. It's definitely not his trick. He's more of a backy master than a 360 master, but showing that he can hang with the kids and spin and flip.
Really bad, yeah.
Well, a few words there between the man in the hot seat and the man who just finished his run, a 55-point run for Christopher Turdell. So he is not going to be challenging for the podium today. As you said, uncharacteristic and unusual to see Christopher Turdell fall in a comp run. It doesn't happen very often. You can see it almost maybe look like it surprised him as much as it surprised us. But we are going right back up. Finn Billis, Oscar Mandam, Maxime Chablot. That is your 1, 2, 3 as we are going back to the last man to win a Freeride World Tour competition. Ben Richards showing an absolute mastery of the fall line with that victory in Fieberbrunn. 24 years old, sitting in 3rd overall. And Ben, another rider, opting to go out riders left. Him and Finn were definitely scoping together, so we'll see if their lines are similar.
Yeah, let's see if he takes the same entrance as Finn. Looks like it.
Based on what he was saying this morning, I think he was going to take that same Finn entrance going around where we were talking about Turdell coming in. You can see it from there. He's got to do 2 little side steps here, and then it's like stepping off the edge of the world.
Into the abyss of the Bec de Ross.
Yep.
So Ben was saying that he's using the top of the face as a bit of a setup, and then he only considers his comp run on once he's ready to take some airtime.
Yeah, and I think that's a smart move. Kind of get yourself into position and then rip it out. Shout out to all the treble cone kids watching your coach right now, too.
Learning from the best, he's making his way down here, finding his first airtime.
And yeah, you can see that slough kind of pouring in from the right side. That's definitely a spot where you can get swooped, and he making good work of not getting pushed down those cliffs. That was a huge save.
All right, now Ben coming into the Hollywood. We saw Finn spin this. Ben taking it deep and landing perfectly, getting on the right foot just to shed a little bit of speed before this lower section. As you said, Andrew, it flattens out, but it is nowhere near flat, and you can see from that aerial view, it's still a maze of rock. Ben just holding on now, trying to control his speed.
Huge 360 there, and riding out so relaxed.
Yeah, beautiful 360 off the Vadek Cliff, the Butter Cliff that Marcus opened up a couple years ago. Yeah, that's the new spot to do tricks. Really good run from Ben, though. Maybe didn't have the fireworks after Finn kind of just blew up the Hollywood for the rest of the day.
Well, yeah, once somebody is spun it going off it, I mean, it feels a little anticlimactic, but Ben Richards with a front flip into the finish, perfect.
And that is why he is the people's champ, folks. That's why he's your favorite skier's favorite skier.
Oh, that was like bomb.
Yeah, and really cool to see those guys both passing off the hot seat to each other.
Yeah, exactly. From last time in Fieberbrunn to now, big hug. So here we go with the replay of Ben Richards' run.
Yeah, it looks like the slough really kind of came into play there. It seemed like Finn didn't get as much of it, but Finn also stayed a little bit to that skier's left side and was out of it a bit. And then, yeah, here's a good angle of the Hollywood. It sticks out so much further than you think it does. Such a scary air. And sick 360, kind of squeaking it around, and perfect landing on that.
Yeah, I love that. With no real lip to pop off, Ben just lifts his feet and sets the rotation the exact right amount that he needed. Such a direct line there for Finn, or for Ben.
I love that he just lands that one and then just rides out straight.
Team Wanaka.
That was heavy.
Here we go, the score dropping for Ben Richards. He's into third with an 85.67. So there's only 2 men left at the top. That means no matter what happens, we are going to see Finn Billes on the podium on the back. So extremely exciting there. Oscar Mandin holding down second. Ben just bumping Maxime Chablot out of the podium spot. And there's only 2 guys to go. And this is where title intentions are starting to be in play. Marcus Gogin, if he wins today and Hitzig is 4th or less, then Marcus is world champion. But I think right now he's not worried at all about a world title. He is worried about dropping in on the Bec des Roses. The young Whistler rider has had a stellar season on the tour, and another rider heading out here to the left and getting things started.
Working his way down to the lookers right of the venue, opting for the spicy drop in here through this enormous exposure, backing himself to lay some turns above all those rocks.
Yeah, and I was talking to him. He actually wants to open up this new way to get into the Central Couloir that hasn't been skied yet today, which is a pretty intimidating task. So right here, he's kind of setting up to come over back to that looker's left.
Yeah, moving through the exposure around that rock circle. You can see just a slight slowdown there to let the slough clear. So Marcus showing veteran big mountain moves as he is truly into the meat of this run. Marcus Gogin now on this big exposed spine.
Airing in, riding out strong, heading over above the Hollywood. Oh, the Gilles Voirol's lift. 360, stomps.
Looking like he was trying to get his pole back into his hand as Marcus now moving across out to the rider's left. We haven't seen a lot of play in this part of the face as Marcus Gogin coming in and making his way on top of another chunky set of features.
So here we go. This is into the Macintosh nose zone, made famous by Ian McIntosh, who hit the nose on the left there. But Marcus has something else planned here, setting up, making the turn, and then he wants to double here.
Bouncing and stopping! Marcus Gogin with a brand new line on the Bec des Roses and the absolutely enormous triple.
Unbelievable line there.
That was so much bigger than it looked. Holy guacamole. The judges got their work cut out for them.
The second block of that triple is dead vertical, and you carry so far out with how steep it is.
Marky Mark.
Based. Nice one, bro. That was sketchy. That was huge.
Wow, what are the judges going to do with it?
Wow, that was scary. Wow.
Marcus, the king of the sound bites in the finish line. So we go back up to the top in this huge exposure, Andrew, and Marcus just handling it.
Yeah, you can see the slough just pouring off the cliff there. He's coming down in. It's this cool little spine feature that he got onto that's actually above the Hollywood. We'll see if we get a wide angle of it, but this is the Gilles Voirol cliff. I want to say that that's only been Lincoln looped by someone, but no one's ever done a 3 off that. And yeah, lost his pole there, but this double, man, he wanted to name something on the face, and yeah, we can call this the cheeseburger. Look at the size of that thing. Oh my goodness. And how does he land that stuff, dude? I need to hit the gym.
The two biggest airs of the day, back to back. That one enormous. Marcus just catching the end and bouncing again off. He was in the air far more than he was on the ground on that one and just making it look easy. Like you said, he's so strong, and the technique required to not be backseat. You know, we've seen moves like that not work out for riders on the Freeride World Tour in the past, and Marcus just handling it like an absolute ski god.
Yeah, interesting to see what they're going to do here, because Finn's was definitely a little bit on the cleaner side with the little loss of control when he was gathering his pole there.
Martin, you're a psycho,
but I mean, the line score was out of this world, so yeah, they're going to give it to him.
Oh, they loved it! 96 points for Marcus Goguen.
Wow, and it's on. Max Hitzig is at the top.
Holy moly. Well, Finn Billes had a good long stint in the hot seat, but the judges showing that the big airs on the Bec des Rosses is what they want to see, and the two biggest airs of the day back-to-back in a double. So here we go. This is it, the last run of 2024. Max Hitzig leading the rankings. He is on course now, and Max Hitzig going in hot.
Coming into a different part of the face there, working his way past the Rainer Cliff, and looking like he's going to try and enter into the central couloir from this spicy little corridor.
Yeah, and opening up that entrance for the day, the judges are going to love that, entering right where Ben and Finn entered. And yeah, here we go.
Taking an air huge above all this exposure below him. Unbelievable.
Looking perfectly in control. Max Hitzig handling that. You don't see many people airing into the central. And now Max coming down above the Hollywood, lining it up, getting his last vision, and pumping off the Hollywood cliff with a perfect landing.
Stomping it, just taking it easy, making sure he's really strong. 360!
Big 360 there. Looks like a clean landing. We didn't quite catch it, but he's riding out strong.
And one more feature last for him to make his statement here. And going way bigger than everyone else. Oh, with a little bit of a back slap.
A little bounce there, but a huge run from Max Hitzig, going into some uncharted territory on the Bec des Rosses. He is your current leader. We've got a man in the hot seat with a 96. The drama building here as Max Hitzig now just cruising across the flats. That is it for runs today in the Yeti Extreme Verbier. It's in the judges' hands, both the event and the world title.
What a time to be alive.
These two, man, in my opinion, are the sickest two that have come through this sport in a long time. So really special to get to watch this with you guys. And yeah, that angle makes that look like a chill little 15-footer, but I can't even tell you how scary that would be to go that big up above the Hollywood.
Above all that exposure. Probably the best landing we saw all day off the Hollywood. Hitzig, and then directing way out here to the skier's right, floating this lofty 360.
Wow. I'm pretty speechless right now with what went down. And the only critique that you could have with the whole run was this landing right there. And he didn't really slap his back on the ground, more of a bounce. But the judges saw the bases of those skis, so
yeah, maybe
it's going to be a hard one.
Maybe a stage one on the judges' cards there, but holding the fall line, showing the patience to not try to put the skis sideways and slow himself down. The crowd all just electrified by the show we have seen today in the Yeti Extreme Verbier. Now it's in the judges' hands. Hitzig has his hands together.
So tense.
Marcus still just cracking jokes there in the Dynastar hot seat. These people, well, they've got the fate of the the ski men's category in their hands, but everybody, all smiles, all hugs. I want to mention right now we have all the riders down at the bottom safe and sound, which is huge, starting from the summit of this absolute monster. Here we go. The score is coming in for Hitzig. It goes a 94-6-7. Max Hitzig.
Say hello to the new world champ, baby. I'm so excited, man. 1 and 2 right there. Like I said, that's the future. Those are the two of the best kids I've ever seen come and do this. So. Wow, what a special day.
Yeah, a huge one there. So that means that Marcus Goguen is a champion of the Bec des Rosses and Max Hitzig is the champion of the world. Both both of these accomplishments absolutely massive. Everybody safe and sound and stoked as the good vibes are starting to flow now here at the bottom of the back.
Yeah, this is why we do it, folks. Like this feeling right here, those guys. That's the best part.
The best bit.
Thanks for
Well, we just let the atmosphere soak over us. All right, we're going to take a look at what happened today in Ski Men.
So Marcus Gogan taking first position here on the Bec des Rosses, followed by Max Hitzig and Finn Billis. What a podium. Oscar Mandan's powerful run slides into fifth position with Ben Richards, fourth position with Ben Richards in fifth, Maxime Chablot in sixth, Valley Reyna in seventh, Tenla Katsuno in eighth, Christopher Trudell and Matan Banda down there at the bottom of the pack. The runs didn't go their way today, but what a show.
Oh, just incredible riding from all of these athletes. I'm so stoked to see all of them down safe. You look at the grins on their faces, that adrenaline dump there. You see bronze medal to Finn Billis, silver medal to Max Hitzig and Marcus Gogan of the Whistler Freeride Club, locking down a win on the back from the top. All three of these men, absolute heroes for what they've done on the Bec des Rosses and truly raising the bar again.
I'm so happy I'm not competing with these guys anymore, man.
Unbelievable. All right, we are going to see what exactly that did to our overall rankings here on the Freeride World Tour by peak performance. We see the world champion, Max Hitzig, with a just incredible season of consistency. Marcus Gogan sitting in second spot overall, and Ben Richards holds on to that third spot, just edging out his Kiwi countryman for fourth. Finn Billis, Christopher Trudell rounding out the top five overall. What a show we just had here. The snow conditions on the back, as soon as we arrived in Verbier and saw it for the first time, everybody had a feeling that it was going to be fireworks, and it delivered in spades today. All four categories just blowing the doors off.
Yeah, and if you talk about the level, you can 360 the Hollywood perfect and you get third. So
unbelievable scenes here in Verbier, and I think just so thrilled to have all the riders down safe, happy, already drinking a beer.
Well, as well they should. They have certainly earned it. The crowd loving it. We are heading down to the finish area to catch up with our brand new Freeride World Champion, Max Hitzig. What a run, what a season. How are you feeling right now after the day you just had?
Yeah, I can't believe it right now. I was standing on the top and I heard through the radio that Marcus is new leader, and I knew I have to go for a podium ride. And well, my knees are not working right now. It's just amazing. Can't believe it. I'm so happy.
Well, an incredible display of skiing there. You went into a brand new zone, and Max, just all season long, you've delivered these runs. The performance today looked, I mean, you said it was going to be scary on the top. How are you feeling before you dropped in, just in terms of your run?
Well, I saw the other runs and I thought, oh shit, I'm not sure if I can go for another podium this time. But yeah, I knew I had to do it when Marcus is in first place. And I just said I trained so many years, and this is the run I have to bring down on the podium. And yeah, it worked, and I'm so happy. Fuck yeah.
So I gotta ask you, what's your secret weapon there, Max? How do you keep landing all of these runs?
I don't know. I just checked out this line. I knew it's not the best line, but I wanted to ski it because I thought it's fun, and I think that's the main part in freeriding. Just have fun and do whatever you want to do.
You're about the only one that would say that top air looks fun.
Well, a huge congratulations to your brand new freeride world champion in ski men, Max Hitzig, delivering a performance for the ages, ultra consistent all season long, and with the pressure of Marcus in the hot seat, still delivering a huge run on the Bec des Roses. Unbelievable showing from the riders today. Now it's your chance to get involved. Go online, freerideworldtour.com, and vote for the rider of the day. I cannot imagine what a difficult decision it is. This encompasses all 4 categories. Whoever you loved, this is your chance to have your say at home. All right. Andrew, what we just saw seems like this was a needle-moving moment in freeride. Talk about your reaction to the day we just had.
Yeah, that was really special to watch. When it started graying out there, I was pretty sick to my stomach for the boys up top. I knew what everyone had planned, and I knew they wanted to push the bar a bit. And it just shows where the sport's at right now. Like, all these kids came up through the juniors. They all know what they're doing. It's not the loose cannon program that it used to be or what it might seem. Like, that was really calculated skiing out of every single person. And, like, crash or fail, like, that was super inspiring to watch. And I'm so stoked for all you guys.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see, and you and I talked about this a lot, there weren't a lot of scary moments today on the Bec. This is a scary face with real consequence. And, you know, a couple weird backseat moves, but the riders handle it. But not terrifying to watch, which I'm appreciative of.
Really happy to see that the riders plan their crashes for non-consequential areas. We really appreciate that.
Yes and no, though. Like, everyone skied super gnarly. There were lines that went down that never have. There was tricks that went off of stuff that people are normally scared to straight air. So the bar got pushed dramatically, and it was in a way that I'm super stoked on for everyone because it was smart. Back in the 90s and early 2000s, it was like, take the biggest thing to your back, and that was... That was not that today. That was smart, calculated skiing. Stoked for all the guys. Yeah,
the judges these days demanding perfection, and that is what we saw from the top riders in all 4 categories. You know, kicking it off with snowboard women, Erin Sauvé with another huge statement, backing up the win from Fieberbrunn. Incredible performance there.
Unreal. Her airs were enormous, and Nuria Castan-Baron's riding in between features was incredible. Super impressed with the way that snowboard women have stepped up this year.
And then the ski women, it was fireworks. The fairy tale ending for Hedvig Vessel, coming back after a year off to reset and rebuild, and you know, locking in a title after 3 times being runner-up in a row. That was magic for ski women. And we saw, again, the bar jump up with a double backflip attempt from Manon Lowski.
Yeah, something's in the water. It's changing, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and then we moved on to snowboard men. The first time we didn't see Victor De La Rue win an event this year. Jonathan Penfield with just a magic run, super smooth. The freestyle at the top, I mean, the judges love that when the riders back themselves right at the top of the face.
Yeah, that was a super committed move and just a very smooth run from top to bottom. But I would also say some of the crashed runs in the snowboard men's field were fire. Timmy Schroeder, Victor De La Rue, just blowing the socks off there. Maybe they will stick it next time.
All right. Well, I mean, we've just seen the most magical show on the Bec des Roses. Andrew Pollard, first of all, I want to thank you so much for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure having you in the booth and a real privilege to share your time with us on tour. We put together a special little feature.
Oh, God.
Andrew Pollard, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
Hey, Andrew.
Hi, A-Paul.
Hey, Andrew.
Yo, A-Paul.
Hello, Andrew, a.k.a. A-Paul.
I just want to say thank you for all the wisdom you've given to me and to a ton of other riders.
Thank you for everything you've taught me these past couple years. It's been really nice having an old American show me around.
Thanks for being such a great mentor.
Very few people have made such an impression on the Free World Tour as you have done.
And thank you for being a mentor, a coach, an older brother at times, but mostly a friend.
I think the impact that you're going to leave on freeride and what you meant to the community is immeasurable.
And yeah, for being just a little weird, but in a good way, you know. I like that. I always like that.
I will try to represent the Cat Crew for you, my man.
Just wanted to let you know that you will always have a spot at my place if you want to come over and shred some European power.
Whatever
you want to do next, whether it is continuing something in skiing, following your path through art, or maybe even mixing it up, DJing, or putting them all together and finding something cool to do there. I know that you're going to be great and you're going to kick some butt at it, and I can't wait to see what's next for you.
And please send over some funny memes for the group chat. Anyhow, I'll ski you soon.
Andrew Pollard, though, 28 years old, has been lighting it up on the tour since the moment he arrived here. Stylish, fast, smooth. Everything he does is fun to watch.
Look how easy he makes everything look.
Well, he is Dr. Smooth. Just flooring it out of the start. Andrew Pollard makes the impossible look easy. The man who's kind of taken as his role to keep style in skiing. With a big backflip and connection into the landing. Keep it moving with a sprash there. Let's just throw the signature on it.
I don't actually like competing that much. It's just fun to hang with everyone. Well, I wasn't really ready for that. Yeah, thanks for all the kind words, everyone. I'm fucking crying now. Yeah, it means a lot. Thanks to the organization for keeping this junk show, this traveling circus alive. It's a great group of people. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Anna. Thanks to all of you at home. It's been a magical season on the Freeride World Tour. We are done and dusted and out. The Yeti Extreme Verbier is a wrap. The 2024 season of the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance has come to a close. Thank you for joining us on this ride, and we can't wait to do it all again next year.
Hi, Mom. I made it. I didn't tell you I was going to Golden, but I'm here, so.
Well, enjoy the beers now. Oh no, fuck, you don't drink. Fuck.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
But let's party!
Alright, ski fast, have fun, motherfucker. Ski fast, have fun, motherfucker.
My legs are fucked.
And what?
I lost helmet!
What did you say?
I lost helmet!
That?
No helmet!
Well, that's in the hockey. Shoot for a second.
Okay, what was your lady's name?
Flo.
Flo?
Yeah. Michelle.
Michelle, nice to meet you.
Have fun.
Thank you, see you at the bottom.
Be fucking fast.
Top to bottom, Manon Lowski.
Oh! Yeah, we got some mom cam going on here in the hot seat.
Well, do you want some Jaja?
We're good for now.
Oh, if you can say Victor Delerue, not Delarue.
Delarue.
Nice. Holy shit, let's go.
Oh no! Oh!
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know how I managed to pull that together.
That beautiful mustache just really popping on camera here.
I'm so glad that's over.